Testing.
That's good.
Testing.
This one's not. We got it. We're good.
Don Wayne's on the way. Just running really late.
Cool.
How long? It's sort of good.
Yeah, we can call it, we can call it in also, like, once we get, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just-
Okay.
Yeah, it's late. Got how to start. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Design Review Board on September 6, 2023. This meeting is called to order. I'll request staff call the roll.
Board Member Alexin,
Present.
Vice Chair Kent is absent. Chair Kowalski,
Present.
Board Member Reggie,
Present.
Board Member Summers,
Present.
and alternate Board Member Blaney is absent at the moment.
Next, we'll move to meeting procedures. I'd like to ask staff to address how public comment will work this evening.
Really?
I'm on.
Good evening, everyone. In addition to accepting written comments up to the DRB meeting, staff is accepting public comments in person at City Hall or over the telephone or via Zoom. If you are participating via Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature to notify staff that you wish to speak. If you are participating by telephone and wish to provide comments, please press *9 when the chair opens the public comment period for the item you'd like to speak on. This will virtually raise your hand. Once it is your turn, you'll hear a notification that the host is inviting you to participate. At that time, please press *6 to unmute yourself. You can then speak. If you submitted comments prior to the meeting by email or letter by 4 p.m. today, they have been forwarded to the Design Review Board.
Let me now describe meeting procedures. We'll begin with a staff report for each item, followed by the applicant's presentation. Members of the public will then be invited to speak. Community members on the conference call can speak when they receive the notification and have been unmuted. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff or the public after each segment. We will close public hearing and bring the matter back to the board for discussion. At this time, if there's anyone with an urgent communication on a topic not on the agenda, they may address the board at this time. Please know that anything raised has not been noticed or agendized, so there'll be no discussion at this time.
Right, so again, to provide comment on items not on the agenda, you can comment on Zoom by using the raise hand feature. If commenting by phone, you can press *9. Once you hear notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Or if you are in council chambers, you may come up to the podium. And I do see one raised hand that's been raised since before the meeting started. Johnson Reynolds, if this is for an item not on the agenda, you are now able to speak.
No, I just was trying to get on for the actual hearing, so it's on the agenda, so I'm just.
Okay, understood. All right. Seeing no further public comment. Oh, just a sec. We have one more. Jennifer McKinnis, if this is for items not on the agenda, You're now able to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I believe it's not on the agenda. Plus, I wanted to be sure I was able to get my comment in before other things take me away. My name is Jennifer McGinnis. I'm a local parent, specifically in Novato. I'm a board member at Community Action Marin, and I wanted to be sure that I was able to speak to you tonight about the dire need for childcare in San Rafael and Marin County, and the opportunity presented by the Northgate Development Project to create infrastructure that meets the central community need. Childcare creates a positive multiplier effect in community, and yet families with young children, such as
Oh, sorry,
myself.
Jennifer, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Yes.
if we allow you
Is
to
this
speak
on
on
the
this
agenda?
agenda, that'll open it up to everyone else. So we
Oh,
really do
perfect.
must
Okay,
insist.
thank you. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
didn't want to miss my opportunity. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll
sure
wait.
thing.
Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further public comment.
All right, we'll now move on to the consent calendar, which has one item, the minutes from the July 18th Design Review Board meeting. Are there any comments from the public on this matter of the consent calendar?
So to comment on the minutes, via Zoom, you can raise your hand, or by phone, you can press *9, or if you're in the council chambers, you can come to the podium. Seeing none.
Is the board prepared to make a motion?
Board Member Summers moves that we approve the minutes of the July 18th meeting.
Is there a second?
Member Alexin seconds.
It's passed.
Oh, a motion? I mean, a roll call?
A roll call, please.
Yeah, Board Member Alexin?
Aye.
Chair Kowalski?
Aye.
Member Reggie?
Abstain.
And Member Summers?
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Motion passes. We'll now move on to the action item on the agenda tonight. 5800 Northgate Drive, Northgate Town Center. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair Kowalski. I'd like to go ahead and start with an introduction. I think last meeting you were introduced to Heather Hines, our consultant. She will be providing the staff presentation tonight. We also have Jeff Ballantyne here for the last time. He's going to be moving on, but he does have knowledge of this project, so also available for comments. And we also have tonight one of our consultant city attorneys, Nira Doherty, and she's available to answer any legal related questions. Also wanted to kind of establish an understanding of what your role is tonight. The role of the Design Review Board is to provide design related comments and recommendations to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will then use those recommendations to make a formal recommendation to the City Council. The Design Review Board comments should be limited to, like I said, design related items, but should be feasible so that it's not resulting in a reduction in the number of units. So things like, design elements, architecture, that sort of thing. And yeah, that's it. With that, I'll go ahead and pass it on to Heather.
Great. Good evening, Chair, board members, members of the public. I am going to give a presentation that largely tracks with the staff report that you all received. So Ali has kind of already touched on the role of the Design Review Board, talking about standards for review, background of the project, and even the last time this body discussed this project and some of the comments that came out of that. Looking at running through the project description for the residential elements that are kind of the focus of tonight's conversation, to build upon your previous conversation, and followed by recap of public outreach that has happened and recommendation.
Stop sharing the cushion real quick. Sorry, let's just stop there.
Okay, so back one slide, I believe, Jeff. Can you go? Oh, I have it. Sorry. So the design review board, the role, so tonight we are largely focusing on the project components related to the residential. So the 6 residential components of this project. So the design review board's role, look at those components that are outlined in your staff report, in your robust package of plans that you all have received, and looking at how the project is consistent with applicable standards for this project, and getting feedback that will be part of your recommendation to the Planning Commission for consideration as part of their project review. So standards for review as part of this project, we looked at the San Rafael Municipal Code and relative sections of that. One of the things that we touched on in the staff report is there are a couple items specifically with building height and parking that are a little bit different for this project. This project is requesting a density bonus under state law provisions and requesting a concession from building height. So you will see that what is proposed exceeds the current zoning building height for this property, and that is being processed through a density bonus that is really regulated by state law. So when we're looking at building heights, for example, as related to the design, looking at not aspects of bringing the height down necessarily, but maybe articulation of roof lines or overhangs or those kind of design elements. The other thing that is unique to this site is it is under state law, under AB 2097, the city does not have the ability to require parking on this site because of its proximity to the SMART station. So that does not.
Quiet, please.
So obviously this project has quite a bit of parking on it, and you will see that throughout the plan set. But we were not looking at specific numbers of parking spaces to find it compliant with the base code in San Rafael because of that state law provision that limits the city's ability to require parking. We also looked at the general plan and we looked at the San Rafael design guidelines specifically for residential development, and those were included as attachments in your packet. So a little bit of background of the project, a reminder of there's a number of requested entitlements that this project and the applicant team are requesting. San Rafael has a provision in their code that says when a project comes in that has multiple entitlements that are at different bodies for review, that the kind of highest level of review body makes the decision on the whole project. So ultimately, the decision on this project for approval, denial, approval with conditions will be at the city council. The design review board will be making a recommendation to the planning commission. Planning Commission will review and in turn make a recommendation to the city council. So just kind of wanting to clarify that process and what entitlements will be reviewed. Also, we included under prior design review board review, this body looked at components of this project at your last meeting in July. And this is a summary of the comments that we heard from the board. These are part of the list of potential recommendation topics on page 16 of your staff report. Because there was no formal recommendation made at that hearing, we wanted to keep track of those, come back to them, and so the board can consider them and decide whether there's a consensus that those are the formal recommendations moving forward. Okay. So project description. This project is divided into 2 parts, phase 1, phase 2, or 2025 master plan and 2040 vision plan. And so you will notice throughout this, both in your staff report and throughout this PowerPoint, we have included the sheets for the different sections, just so if you would like to track them with your packet, you are able to do that. Really, the subject of our review is focused largely on the residential as part of tonight's discussion. So as part of the 2025 master plan, that includes residentials 1, 2, 3, and 4, 922 residential units, and that includes 96 affordable units in a clustered building on residential 1. As part of 2040 vision plan, you have construction of 500 residential units in residential parcel 5 and 6. And the affordable units are slightly different in that one, in that they are integrated into each of the buildings. So 26 affordable units as part of residential 5 and 25 as part of residential 6. This shows really the layout of the site, and the area in black as the first phase, 2025 master plan. So you've got 1, residential 2, residential 3, and residential 4 as part of that. And then moving into the 2040 vision plan, you have residential 5 in this area and residential 6 in this area. This slide is really an overview of each of the residential in terms of the number of units, the building heights, and these are the max building heights for each building. There is a provision in San Rafael's code that allows certain mechanical equipment like an elevator shaft to exceed that base height. So these are the base heights, but there's up to 12 additional feet in height to accommodate like the elevator shaft or that elevator equipment penthouse. Also looks at the parking that's provided. So as I mentioned, even though state law says we can't require any parking, each of these residential is providing quite a bit of parking for future residents. And then we also looked specifically at open space that is being provided as part of each of the residential units. And this really touches on some of the conversation from the July 18th meeting about the town square and the size of the town square, and wanting to really emphasize that the town square is not the only open space for all of the new residential units. Each of the residential parcels is incorporating common private open space for the residents. So that might include a rooftop pool area, a courtyard, garden boxes, play equipment, those kind of things. So what I'd like to do now is walk through each of the residential parcels. I do want to note that the applicant team is here with their full complement of architects that will be making a presentation after I conclude. One of the things they also have incorporated into their presentation in response to comments both from the public and the board was more renderings from the pedestrian level to kind of get a feel for how things would be if you're walking as a pedestrian along the street or within the project. So residential 1, this is 96 units. It's a 5-story building, and this is in phase 1 where the affordable housing units are proposed to be clustered. Its height is 57 feet 6 inches to the top of the parapet. And it uses a number of different outside exterior materials, cement plaster in a couple different colors, CMU walls, manufactured wood siding, and standing seam metal panels. This building went through a pretty considerable design modification in the last round of revisions. And one of the things you may notice is the elimination of the red brick arches that were on the ground floor. So those have now been removed largely in response to original design review board comments during a study session. This is not coming through great on the projector, but this area is all outdoor common area as part of this, as well as wrapping around here on this. building for this building. So you have a kid play area, you have a lounge area, you have some garden beds, and then this is a community space that opens out into this area. You also have some private balcony areas, patio areas on the upper floors for some of the units, as well as one common roof deck area. This area, this building, this is the primary entrance, the lobby area into this building. You have a bike room right in here. And then on the ground floor in this area is a parking garage that's within the building. The remainder of the parking is in an outside parking, surface parking lot on this side. This is from the landscaping plan. So again, showing a kid play area, lounge areas. There's some seating in these areas really to utilize that space. This is Northgate Drive here and the garden beds. One of the things that staff brought up for input, this is the parking garage that's there now. There are design changes proposed that you saw as when we discussed the project in July. And so there is a landscape strip here with some trees planted, but this is one of the areas that staff brought up in the staff report of seeking additional feedback is that feel an adequate separation there between the two. So these discussion points that we brought up in the staff report, they're really to offer some of the things that staff noted as feeling like needed further refinement and offered them to the design review board to perhaps start the conversation, organize the conversation. And these are all then reiterated on page 16 of your staff report at the recommendation so that you can kind of come back to that if that helps organize the discussion. So on residential one, looking again at that, is that landscaping buffer between between Northgate Drive and the outdoor common area, is that adequate? Is that going to be adequate to make that common area comfortable for the residents of residential one? Is the design and exterior materials equivalent to the level of design of the other residential parcels? And then are there opportunities to provide better screening between residential one and the parking garage? Moving on to residential two, this is the townhome component. It is 100 townhomes located between residential one and residential three. Also fronts on Northgate Drive, and it's also across the street from the rear elevation of the cinema. And we talked a little bit about that in July as well. Just that interface between the lower density residential component and then the rear elevation of the cinema building, which is a large building. 3 stories, so 35 feet is the top height of these buildings to the ridge line. So this is consistent with the base zoning for this area. Materials include several different types of manufactured horizontal wood siding in different colors, as well as cement plaster. The low slung roof lines really kind of evoke more of a lower density residential feel. And this was done as part of the last round of revisions to change the massing and design of residential two to provide a more appropriate interaction to the existing residential on the other side of Northgate Drive. So this was another change that was made to address comments as part of earlier rounds of review. The outdoor area, common area is a little more limited in this one. There's a common area here, landscape area, and then most of the townhomes have private patio areas, patio or balcony areas for each of the units. The parking for this one, all of the townhomes have attached garages, and then there's additional guest parking within this residential parcel. And this kind of is a illustration. This is also showing, this is the back of the cinema. And there's a little bit of a larger landscape area here with trees. Then you have the street or a planter strip of trees, and then the front of these townhomes along this area. One of the other things that changed with the most recent revisions with the townhomes is added a studio townhome instead of just the larger multi-bedroom townhome. So there's a little bit of a bigger variety in the townhomes being proposed in this, as well as increase the number of townhomes from the last round. And so in terms of discussion point, the one item that staff brought up in the staff report was that interaction of the units that face the rear elevation of the cinema. And are there things either through landscaping or architectural to kind of modulate that large massing or screen that large massing from the front stoop of those adjacent townhomes? Residential 3, this is a 280 unit residential building. It's 6 stories, 67.5 feet to the top of the parapet. It is located at the corner of Northgate and Los Ranchitos. All of these next buildings that we're going to be talking about, the parking is wrapped interior to the buildings. So there's not surface parking lots and there's not exposed parking garage. Or really the buildings are wrapped around them to screen them from public view. So this right here is the corner at Northgate and Los Ranchitos. This here is on Northgate with these being the townhomes. So that kind of shows you that interface there. This side of the building that faces onto Northgate has more step down. So you've got a little bit more variation in the roof height, and it's stepping up as it moves away from Northgate. And you can see that again in this elevation, the darker are in the foreground, and these elevations are stepped back away from Northgate Drive. So that is a key component of this project. Again, materials, cement plaster, the manufactured horizontal wood siding, and then they also have introduced a large porcelain tile into this residential building. This building includes both indoor and outdoor common open space. So you have courtyards within with interior common area clubhouse that open into this common space. And then some of the units do have private balconies or patios. This is showing both at the ground level. This is the common open space at the ground level, and then a pool area up on the roof level here. Also want to point out, this is kind of the main lobby entrance area to the building, but there is a secondary kind of satellite lobby entry on this corner as well. Just for context, this is the cinema building. Residential 2 is here and residential 4 is here. So it's shows how it's sitting with the other uses on the site. Discussion points for residential 3 really focused on, is there adequate articulation and variation at that pedestrian level? The southwest corner, which is the corner closest to the townhomes, is there adequate variation there to have a nice pedestrian scaled environment? Also looking at, are the lobby areas adequately articulated to kind of draw people into those areas for entry to the building? And then also there is an increased setback and landscape buffer along Los Ranchitos and the interior street. And is that adequate to kind of provide that entry as one of the secondary gateways into the larger project? So residential 4, this is the final residential parcel part of phase 1, the 2025 master plan. 446 units, 7 stories tall. This one includes a little more variation in the building in terms of uses. It has 6,400 square feet of commercial on the ground floor, as well as community amenities, including a library branch space, a community center, public restrooms that face actually onto the ground floor across from the town square. So that would be this area here. So this really creates an active interface with the town square directly across the interior road. This residential 4, it fronts on Los Ranchitos and where Marydale comes into the project. There has been some variation in response to comments about stepping both residential 4 and 5 to kind of create a grander or more pronounced gateway into the project. So you will see this in the plans. The parking on this, again, is all wrapped, but also includes 2 underground stories for the parking garage. Again, similar materials, the horizontal siding, the cement plaster. You'll see there's a little bit more variation in the roof line. Excuse me. On this one, you've got some gables. You've got a little more variation. Am I on the right one? No, I didn't think so. I'm like, where'd those gables go? I'm going the wrong way. Bear with me. There we go. So you have a little more variation in the roof lines. You've got some gable as well as the flat. And then you've got a real strong like ground base level here where those commercial and community uses are. Similarly, you have both outdoor and indoor community space. This has a co-working space here that faces onto the street, clubhouse, courtyards. You also have a roof deck. And then again, this is the area where you've got a little more step back here and a sport court here as another amenity. This is in the 2025. This is residential 4. So this is the final parcel that's part of the 2025 master plan. So this is a good visual to see. This is Marydale coming in. This is kind of an increased setback here to give a little bit more openness in this gateway. And this is where the multi-use path will come in. This is the town square. This is the commercial and community uses here. Co-working here. So it just gives you an idea of how that is laid out for residential 4.
Could you identify which buildings are apartments and which are purchased?
I'm sorry, there'll be a time for questions.
So with residential 4, we have proposed a discussion point about, is there enough variation and articulation along Los Ranchitos? That's often obviously the larger massing along that side. And is there other things that should be considered to provide adequate visual interest along that frontage? Residential 5, this is part of the 2040 vision plan. This is a 251, and there was a typo in the staff report. It said 25. The one got left off, so it is 251 units. It also is a mixed-use building with 13,500 square feet of retail on the ground floor. 5 stories. And this is really the playing with residential 4 on the other side of the Marydale entrance. 6-level parking that is wrapped within this building. This building offers a greater variety of color in the cement plaster. So using color for some of the articulation and play with the building, the manufactured redwood siding, and then it is introducing a smooth white brick as another material for this building. The common open space in this is located in this area here. This is the commercial portion of this, and then this is the residential. So on the ground floor, it is tucking the community space behind the commercial, but in between the commercial and the residential. This is also a little different. This is the entrances and exits to the parking garage are through here and here. Then you have some additional outdoor space, private outdoor space, as well as common outdoor space out along this Marydale entrance. So this is that common space here with the pool. This is the commercial. So this is where Macy's sits currently. And that's why this is part of the 2040 vision plan, is based on some of the leasing with Macy's. So just in terms of context of where this would be where the existing Macy's is. And we did not have any specific questions to pose to the DRB on residential 5, but you know, discussion in general design, if the building achieves the high quality that is called for in the guidelines, or if there's any further articulation or feedback that the DRB would like to provide. So finally, moving to residential 6, this is the final parcel, the second of 2 in the 2040 plan. 749 units, 7 stories in height, and approximately 29,000 square feet of ground floor commercial as part of this building. This building borders the parking garage along one side, and also the surface parking next to the town square, for a little bit of context and its siting. Pretty simple palette on this one, 2 colors of the cement plaster, the horizontal siding, and then again, some introduction of some tile as another exterior material, some different guardrail materials used as architectural features, and trellises. The common open space on this one is located on the roof. So you have a pool, roof deck, but also some courtyard areas that run through the middle, and then some private common space that's seen in the darker green there for individual units. And so in terms of location, again, this is the parking garage. This is residential 6. This is that parking area, just the edge of the cinema building parking area by the town square is the setting for that one. So in terms of discussion points for residential 6, looking at the southwest corner of the building, whether it should incorporate additional features to screen the large expanse of plaster and perforated metal screens. And also discussion of whether there's enough variation and articulation provided at the west and south elevations. So looking at outreach and meetings. There has been a number of prior city meetings on this project. There has been a lot of community outreach that has been done that is outlined in your staff report. Public comments that have come in were included in that. And as Jeff said, everything that came in prior to 4 o'clock or up until 4 o'clock today has been loaded onto the website. So in terms of recommendation, this evening, staff is recommending that the board receive public comments and make a recommendation to the Planning Commission for approval of the environmental and design permit, including recommendations and feedback for their consideration as part of their consideration of the project. The topics include design-specific refinements, circle back on things like the town square and comments about some of the features of the town square, the size of the town square, building height, landscaping, parking, some of those questions that are all outlined on page 16 of your staff report for reference and if helpful to guide future discussion of this project. And with that, that concludes staff's report. And I know the applicant is anxious to provide their presentation.
One moment, the board will ask questions of staff now.
Okay.
Member Alexin, have you got questions?
I do.
Chair Kowalski, the procedures ask that the planning or that the applicant provide a presentation before asking questions of staff. What was that?
That's not what's written here.
Okay.
I mean, typically we ask questions of staff before the
Before
presentation,
the plan, okay.
after the staff report.
All right, you're on.
Okay. Hi. One of the questions in pouring through what I could read of the state law, the city codes, and all of the applicable documents, I just would like to understand who does have the authority to decide how extreme the incentive concession waiver is, because the city code is 36 feet. This will go up to 90 feet, including the 12 feet for equipment. So that might be a legal question, but what's extreme and what's reasonable? And I don't know who decides that.
So that's a very good question. There's quite a bit of case law that has answered that question in analyzing the state density bonus law. So as long as the project proponent provides the necessary amount of affordable housing as a part of the as a part of the project development, a city is required to provide a certain amount of incentives or concessions. The number of incentives and concessions is correlated to the amount, the percentage of affordable housing that's provided. In this case, because the applicant's providing 10.5 approximately % affordable housing, they're entitled to one incentive or concession. Incentives and concessions allow developers to exceed or reduce development standards as long as they can show that there's a measurable cost savings that allows the affordable housing project to realized cost reductions as a result of the reduction or increase in the development standard. There is no limit under state density bonus law, and courts have also stated pretty expressly that the city cannot impose a limit. There is a case that expressly prohibited a city from saying you can only get an incentive and concession on height up to a certain amount.
Okay.
That was deemed inconsistent with the state density bonus law.
Okay. So to make sure I understand the essence of what you said, and tell me if I'm wrong, please. Just to make sure I understood it, and please tell me if I'm wrong, whether it's 4 times the city code limit or 1 or 2 times, the city has no authority to make that decision under state law.
Well, the the city has the burden of proof under state density bonus law to show that a requested incentive or concession does not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. There's a presumption in favor of the applicant that what they propose does result in identifiable cost reductions. The city has not asked the applicant to prove up their case here, but we believe, and I will defer to staff in large part on this, but we believe the requested incentive indeed renders the project does result in identifiable cost reductions for the rest of the project, thereby rendering the affordable housing production feasible.
That was really clear. So there are no other considerations that can be applied other than cost reduction.
There are, there are. So in addition, an incentive or concession can be denied if it would have an adverse impact on public health or safety, would cause an environmental problem, would harm historical resources, or would be contrary to state or federal law. We did, of course, look at all of
Quiet,
those
please. There'll be
things.
time.
The city has not determined that there would be a violation of any of, or that the incentive or concession could be denied on any of those bases.
Okay, and a second question, is there a particular reason why in the first phase, all of the affordable units are put in one building? It seems to me like it's different than the later phase, right, where it's integrated, is that correct? So is there a reason why it's segregated in the first phase?
Sorry about this. So we're challenged with the lack of mobility of the microphone, but so the applicant has the ability, so our affordable housing ordinance requires a certain percentage of affordable units within a proposed development. And the applicant does have the ability to propose a what's considered a land donation as part of their development proposal. The decision about whether that's an accepted solution is up to the planning commission and to the city, up to the city council ultimately. But they are proposing this for, they provided in their proposal that this is an opportunity for an affordable housing developer to manage the project, amongst other reasons.
I think that's good for now. Thank you.
Member Reggie, have you got questions?
So that conversation about the affordable housing, when we talk about phase one and the 4 residential buildings, is it enforced that all 4 of those buildings will be developed? Or will it be enforced? So you don't build only phase, or I guess building 1 as a part of phase 1?
So those details haven't been worked out yet. But generally speaking, the city can't compel a project to be developed without a performance guarantee or performance bond, which is not something that we have yet requested. There is the ability to phase in different components of the project to ensure that certain components are become occupiable before others. And that is something that what discussion we'll be having with the Planning Commission and City Council.
Member Blaney, have you got questions?
Oh, wait, I have one more question.
Oh, sorry.
You described the residential 2 as 37 feet and small and compared it to the large massing of the cinema building. Can you share that height?
Of the cinema building?
Yeah. I know I saw it in here, but I couldn't find it when I looked back.
I can look to find
Okay.
it if you want to.
All right.
Give me a second.
Yeah, well, I guess we can go on while she looks that up.
Okay, Member Blaney, would you like to ask questions?
No.
No questions from Member Blaney. Member Summers?
Yeah, I just have some procedural questions for the evening. It was discussed that there's a recommendation that this board, I guess, the staff recommends we make a recommendation to the commission to approve the ED and move this along. It's been my experience on 18 years on this board, or however long it's been, that this board generally will have some comments on much smaller projects to give to the applicant to respond to and bring those revisions back to this board. You know, whether it's the square or material changes or whatever on the buildings or massing or whatever we're going to talk about, it usually comes back to this board first before it then graduates on to the next level, which would be planning commission and ultimately the council. So I'm just wondering if something's different going on here, because if we want to see some specific design changes and we punt this on to the commission, I think we're done with it here and it doesn't come back to us. Or I suppose the commission could listen to what we've said and perhaps bring it back to us before it ultimately goes back to council. So I'm just asking to staff what's expected of us here tonight, and is continuing for design revisions to be brought back to us for the public, for the residential and the commercial portion of the project. Can we recommend continuing to bring some revisions back to us before it goes to commission?
Yes.
That would be typical, I think.
So our recommendation typically is to, make a determination and send it on to the planning commission. But you're correct. There are times that the board will make design comments that the board feels need to come back to the board for some more discussion. So that our recommendation has been provided with some design changes that could be included as part of the recommendation to the planning commission, but your board could say, these are things that we want to see come back before you go to the planning commission. Or if there are specific things that could be that you would entrust staff to kind of oversee and bring to the board or to the planning commission at a future date, you could also do that, and that has happened. So it's just kind of up to the board how, but the comfort level of, the extent of the design changes and the comfort level you have with staff bringing those forward to the planning commission.
And then sometimes on projects, we haven't seen something this big, but some larger projects, we've had them go ahead and go to the commission to iron out other issues that are under the purview of the commission: density, parking, all the things that we don't necessarily touch on. So, this might have been a good one for some sort of joint session, but it's tricky because it's so large. So I'm trying to ask these questions for the efficiency of the applicant also.
Sure. And I can speak to that. This project did go to a planning commission DRB joint session. And then it came back to the DRB for input, feedback, informal input. And at that meeting, the DRB said, we really feel like we need the planning commission to provide policy guidance. And so we went to the planning commission and got guidance on certain aspects of the project, including the location of the parcel, one that's committed to affordable housing, siting of the residential around the commercial. There were a couple of other things that we asked the planning commission to weigh in on that were of concern of the DRB at the time. So those things have happened as well. And then lastly, I want to say if something that would be kind of different but could be done, if there are design changes that the board would want to see come back, but could wait till the planning commission and city council decisions made, we could include conditions of approval that require one last stab by the DRB with some clear direction to the applicant on what those changes would look like.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a
Chair, just following up on that elevation of the cinema is 39 feet. So it steps up a little bit the front on the square is a little bit taller, but that height of the wall facing the townhomes, and the townhomes are a maximum of 35 feet at some of the tallest ridge lines.
Thank you.
All right. I just have a question. I heard you say they're getting both a density bonus and a height bonus, and I understand they can only have one.
They are asking for a concession from maximum building height, which is through the density bonus. Then there is a section of the code that allows, it's not an exception, like you have to, it's across the board that all maximum heights, you can exceed that for mechanical equipment. So that's the approximately 12 additional feet, not across the whole building, but in certain areas of the building where the elevator shaft comes up, that goes an additional amount of height to accommodate the mechanical equipment. So it's not a height bonus. It's just it's an allowable equipment, additional height for
Well,
equipment.
they are taking a height bonus for,
Right, but they're not two different things.
there's only one
right,
bonus.
yeah.
Okay, that's the
Yeah.
question. Okay. Let's see. Would the project applicant like to make a presentation? Oh, you want to come back? One more question.
So a question for staff. So how will, a lot of the issues in the public feedback, which I poured through all of them, were around issues of road, capacity, water, things like that, that aren't our purview. I'm just curious how those questions get answered for the public.
A lot of those are going to be related to environmental impacts that are going to be evaluated in the environmental impact report, and the technical studies and review and analysis that goes into that. That's going to be a primary place where a lot of those issues will be discussed.
Okay, sorry, one last.
And I'll just add that
Go ahead.
the planning commission and city council will be the ultimate, place where those decisions and those issues get resolved. And so
Discussed.
it wouldn't be within the DRB's purview.
Right, but they will be discussed and addressed.
It'll be discussed in the planning commission, city council hearings.
And then just a procedural question, if the list on page 16 of all of the DRB recommendations from the previous meeting, I have 3 things that weren't on this. Do I bring that up after?
Yeah, we'll bring that up after.
Thanks.
Okay, applicant, are you ready to present? Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. It's great to be back before you here for part 2 of our presentation. Again, my name is Dave Geiser. I'm the managing director of Malone Geyer Partners. I lead our design and construction effort here out of our San Francisco and San Diego offices. Since I gave the presentation on the commercial and site part of the presentation prior, I'm going to turn over tonight quickly to Chek Tang, who's the principal at Studio T Square. They are the master architect of the residential component that's before you this evening. Just a quick housekeeping issue. We've handed out, for clarity's sake, a booklet. This is not new information. All this information is in our original submittal from May 9th in the larger booklet. There was a challenge at our last meeting about sheet numbers and where to find things, et cetera. So we've attempted to try to clear things up for you. The first part of this booklet is the presentation you'll hear from Mr. Tang. And so you can follow along. It'll be on the screen, but it'll be in front of you as well. After the thank you page, and you'll see that in his presentation, are additional enlarged renderings. These are the renderings from the booklet, but they're separate, they're larger, and they're referenced by the sheet number that they're on. So you can see from the sheet numbers right here in front of you where those are in your larger booklet. They're just the small, they're all in the book. They're now just enlarged and referenced by sheet number. So that's meant to be a clarification.
Got it.
So in addition, if there are additional questions related to previous discussions we've had about site or the retail buildings, I'm here to answer questions. Our entire consultant team, including EAH, civil engineer, landscape architect, retail architect, we're all here to answer additional questions, as well as the residential architecture team as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chek Tang.
Thank you, David. Good evening. My name is Chek Tang with Studio T Square. First of all, I want to thank staff for an amazing job in a very thorough staff report. And I also want to thank the board and the commissions for, and also the general public for a lot of the comments that we have taken to heart. And hopefully tonight we'll present to you the significant design progression that we made so far, as well as also restating some of the design intent on this project. So, and then also hopefully to address some of the questions that was posed in the staff report as well. So we have a lot to cover this evening. This is the. So I think we want to start from the beginning of the vision. And I think on day one of this project, we looked at the 2040 general plan. Northgate is one of two locations identified as centers within the city of San Rafael, one in Northgate, one in downtown. And our basis of design is really stemming from adopting to the general plan intent and also the design guideline as stated by the city staff. In essence, our job is to transform Northgate Mall into a Northgate TOD district, and that's been called for. However, the general plan does say that we need to find a different flavor in Northgate than downtown. So that's really our task at hand. That guides our urban design, that guides our architecture, whether it's residential, commercial, or landscape. And then I think obviously the site is a relatively flat site. We know it is very close to the smart train station, as indicated in the yellow dot there. But also want to highlight a couple of landform that really does inform our design decision. To the east, there's a cemetery with a very large growth of trees, kind of a small knoll. And then to the south, also there's a kind of a small hill there with the where the Eichlers are reside. And then on the west side, there's a relatively taller hill with commercial office and multifamily housing situated pretty high on that hill. And you can see later that this will inform some of our design decisions. And then next, getting a little closer to the site, this is the current condition. The pink area, as indicated, is areas that will be demolished in phase one. The blue will remain as part of the mixed use project, and the yellow is the phase two or 2040 project as these anchors exits. As you can see, from experience, the northwest portion of the site currently and the north side of the site is relatively vibrant. But if you look around, the south side and east side of the site is really underutilized, empty parking lots. And that's what we have right now. And most importantly, there is no connection, real pedestrian connections to the smart train, and really a pedestrian connection from the neighborhood to Northgate Mall. So what do we do about this plan, the 2025 plans? And Dave, a couple of weeks ago, already stated kind of how we are reimagining this Northgate kind of retail entertainment district. And so that was really good that he kind of laid out kind of the background for the project. What does the housing do for this project? The housing that we bring to the table is to increase the 24/7 vitality to this district. That's our job in terms of the housing. And then how do we do that? The first thing that we need to do is have a very pedestrian-friendly, walkable network, an urban framework that allows us, the neighborhood, existing neighborhood, to transition from the neighborhood gradually to the core of the new town square. And having that kind of transition is really important because you kind of have a quieter transition zone before you get to the core of the commercial district. The other thing that's really important here is also creating a transition in density and intensity. So as you can see, what we've done is what we've done in the 2025 plan is creating a lower intensity edge along Northgate Drive on the south side of the site and slowly transition to higher intensity toward the smart train station, and also to anchor the town center. The reason for that is, you want to kind of create better ridership for the smart train, create a true TOD project as well. And then the last and not least is really important for the site plan, for the residential site plan, is to provide and deliver variety of housing. This is stated in your housing element and the general plan, to create a variety of housing type in the phase one. So in this case, we have the affordable, we have the for sale housing, we have market rate apartments, mixed use with retail and commercial uses, all delivered in the first phase. So the 2040 vision plan is where Macy's and other anchors would exit, and then we'll complete the site to really create a complete town square with mixed uses around it, which is the parcel 5 and parcel 6. There's questions about what happened to the parking lot to the north. Is a great opportunity to kind of reimagine what that would be beyond 2040, because the world changes and things evolve. There was a lot of talk about height, and I want to really clear up some of the misconception about the height. So if you may, this is a little bit confusing. North is to the right. So what we've done, again, relating back to those landform, the brown area is the 7-story building, and even from previous commissions and previous workshop, that the least impact in terms of height is the area next to the cemetery to the east. And also that is a location where there's a critical mass to provide the best ridership for transit. Number one. Number two is on the west side. It's also from the commissions previously that the west side, because of the hillside, the kind of taller hillside, that's the least impact to create density and height. And so those are the two areas that we're proposing the 7-story height. But I think it's important that also looking at the overall scheme of things, that we're also creating the different colors that you can see on the south is really showing the level of articulation that we're doing in transitioning in height from 3 stories to 4-story, 5 stories, 6 stories, and then to the town center, the 7-story. And then if you can see kind of the blue area on parcel 5, we're actually stepping the height back down to 5-story in order to accommodate the adjacent retail. So it's very, what we've done is very thoughtfully and hopefully very strategically listen to the comments of the public, to the commission, to appropriately locate the heights. So the next is a rendering of the project view from Northgate viewing north. You can see in addition to the positioning of the lower building, we also have additional wider setback on affordable parcel 1. And you can see the stepping back from the Northgate edge on the parcel 3, which is, which is on the right. And then you can clearly see the relationship on the 2 larger block on the east, on the west, that's anchoring the town square. One is next to the cemetery with really no impact to the community in terms of view and privacy, as well as to the west, where it's up against the hillside. And then the other thing is really important to note, we've kept the building height low, essentially on the south of the cinema, so that the solar exposure in that town square is very good most times of the day. And so those are very unique elements that we've considered as we advance the design. And the next thing that we want to talk about is, okay, what we got the urban framework, we got the design of the concepts down. How do we kind of find essentially architectural language that we want to bring to this, this uptown district, I should call it? Is we didn't look any further than city of San Rafael itself. That downtown has a lot of really great traditional kind of proportioned building with good quality material. We're also hearkened to see that architecture is evolving in downtown, in the downtown as well, with very nice, beautiful building, quality material, but also respect the kind of the datum and the patterns that has been established in downtown. The other thing that we also saw was there's presence of agrarian and almost nautical buildings on the waterfront of San Rafael on the lower left too. And then obviously we also saw great inspiration of the Eichlers in the neighborhood right next to ours. So how do we apply that notion of the different district into our site? So it's a very simple diagram. The area shaded kind of in the orange area in the core of the town square is what we see is a town square where we can borrow from the traditional kind of downtown feel, more infill, more built over time kind of character. And the kind of the yellow color that has been stated there are the kind of transitional residential area on the perimeter where we can still have a lot of varieties of different architecture but a more contemporary feel. And these are some inspirational images of what the concept of the town center would have. Kind of built over time, very vibrant spaces, quality material, very strong, kind of base, middle, and top. And then one thing that I want to go back in this diagram just to highlight, if you notice those shaded area actually bypass, it almost like it kind of divides the parcel 4, right, within the parcel itself. And then also parcel 5 is actually sits in 2 zones. The reason for that is being an infill project, we don't want to have 450 or 446 units of the same thing. So the idea is of putting these buildings together, whereas there's a natural kind of separation to create some almost a feeling of an infill of 2 projects living in the same block. So that's very important for defining and how we break down the massing of the projects. And again, this is the feel and touch and feel that we want to achieve in the town square. And here's some example of contemporary architecture that some of it in the transitional zones could be more traditional, more eave lines, and there's more contemporary ones that, you know, that we can actually have a little bit more pushing the envelope on the design. And so going to the parcel 1, this is the affordable parcel. This project, working with EAH, is actually a family-oriented affordable housing project. I don't want to like call it a project. I actually want to call it a community because it has its own services that Dave from EAH can talk about later. But it's the amenities in these spaces, for example, the community gardens, the play area, all of these amenities on the outdoor area is really important to this, to really kind of the family and kids that lives in this community. The position of the building is very strategic. We know that there's housing on top of that hill to the left there. So we created a very large setback for a couple of reasons. One is to relieve the residents from the building edge right on the street. The other thing is also creates a southern facing courtyard for the residents to use for their amenities spaces. And the positioning of the building shields the existing garage that will be staying in place so that we can veil that garage otherwise would be exposed using our building. And then lastly, having kind of amenity space that anchors the North Gate Drive on both ends becomes kind of a signature piece as you enter into the town center. Architecturally, I just want to make it clear that this is part of the architecture of the whole community. Whether it's affordable, market rate is irrelevant. The material palette, as you can see, the variations in the architecture is the same that we have articulated the same way in this building as others buildings. As a matter of fact, we're using a lot of similar materials that would complement other projects as well. I think we took your advice last time. Following Frank Lloyd Wright's footstep is probably not an easy one, so we vacated that approach. And I think the commission gave us the cues to make this more residential, a stronger party diagrams, much more roof line that we have really articulated the plans in order to create, as well as having more balcony conditions on the project. And as you can see on the top there, top right is the back side of the building. And there was a comment from staff whether that might be too close to the parking lot. And so you can see that that's actually separated by surface parking in addition to landscape edge on both sides of that parking lot. Going to the townhome projects, this is where we have originally, if you remember, we actually had a high density project here, or 6-story building at this site that we have since redesigned to 80 units, 85 units, and then we've increased it to 100 units because we want to deliver affordability by design with a smaller unit pricing point. The other thing is also the entire townhome project is all 4-sided, that every conditions that fronts on a public street, including the driveway next to the theater, are things that we're fronting on with patios and stoops conditions. And then in addition to that, we're also shielding a lot of garage by the way the orientations of the building works. Architecturally, we were very inspired by the Eichler across the street. And so part of what we've tried to do is taking some of the, maybe reinterpret that Eichler style into a townhome project where we're using 2- and 3-story, very low slung roof and interlocking forms to create the architecture here. The one thing that I want to note is that we're actually using the same type of siding on this project as we are using on the affordable project. Part of it is creating that affinity of these architecture with each other. So there's really no disparity between them. There was a conversation about the back side of the theater, where so the upper right is that rendering where showing the edge against the theater. And so what I want you to notice is that the sidewalk is actually on the residential townhome side. There is really no sidewalk on the theater side. It's really just an exit out of that theater, crossing the street to the residential side. So the entire setback in that theater is actually well landscaped and well screened. Going to the first I call it transitional urban parcel. This is the parcel 3. I think Heather did a great job explaining the project, but I want to highlight the fact why we positioned the common areas where we did. So this shares has shared drive with parcel 4. However, we felt that the intersection of Northgate and Los Ranchitos is really the arrival into the Northgate district. So you can see later that we've created a lot of amenity spaces, crafted the building to address that corner. And then the other corner is on the northwest corner where we created a residential lobby, package pickup areas. The reason why is that is the closest point for a resident to get to the town center. So those are the 2 anchor points in terms of how we saw the site. And this, as mentioned, is going to be having a lot of well-appointed landscape area, amenity areas, clubhouses that is commensurate with this really luxury apartment project. Architecturally, it's been mentioned already that there's a transition from Northgate from 3-story, 4-story, 5-story, and then up to the 6-story. But you can also see on the lower renderings, not only stepping back on the Northgate, but also transition in scale, even along Los Ranchitos. There's actually a subtle change in the architecture. You can see on the upper right is a rendering. That is the residential lobby that faces the north west corner that goes into the town center. So I want to stress that every one of these projects are 4-sided building. They address different conditions, different contexts, and we've been very thoughtful about how we do that. And between those 2 components of the building, there's a material palettes that kind of complements each other, but there's a slight contrast between the south side of this block and the north side of this block. And then going to I call it the gateway building. This is parcel 4. This has a very strategic position where it anchors the town center, as well as anchoring kind of the gateway into the project and the connection to the on Merridale to the smart train station. So as you can see on the top, we're positioning stores, along the town square frontage with communities and library spaces there. We actually stretch, working with staff, the amenity space within the residential kind of further south on that pedestrian street so that we can activate not only the frontage to the square, but also the frontage along that street leading to the residential area. As you can see, again, there's natural courtyard on the left-hand side, and then also a roof deck with lots of amenities for the residents living in this community. Architecturally, there's been questions about why we kind of created this gable roof. We were thrilled when Malone Guyer decided to maintain this structural pavilion as part of the gallery that's in the wall right now, as part of their architecture for the commercial. We wanted to, in some way and form, to react to that in a way, not a historicism, but in form, in kind of massing. You can see in the rendering to the left, lower left, that we want to create a building that is a backdrop that reflects and also play off of that element to really have a recall. And so the roof form was very important to us, but taking again, some of the tradition from San Rafael, bringing the brick and the kind of civic character with a strong retail base to address that. The renderings on the right, lower right, is kind of a redo of that Los Ranchitos edge. Beyond just the articulations of the base, which we have created a 2-story base to help the pedestrian experience in addition to the setback, we also create a much stronger eave line, in probably better shown on the bigger renderings, along the top of the building, in addition to additional articulation to kind of create this base, middle, and top. This building, as I mentioned earlier in the diagram, has two parts to it. This is the portion of the building that's a little bit more contemporary. Is a kind of share the share drive with parcel 3. The reason why is on a 480 unit project, we don't want to make it a compound. So the idea is that there's 2 components of the building that relates to its context. In this case, this is a more contemporary version of that building, having a separation at the roof deck point, so that it's a very natural transition, creating a very different architecture relating to parcel 3. Again, the material, we have brick on the more traditional side, and then we have rain screen siding, plaster, and other material. But you can see that it also have a very strong roof line and eave lines, similar to the projects in downtown. Almost there. We have a lot to cover today. Parcel 5, I think I won't go into this one, but this is a really exciting project for us because it is the transition from the higher density back down to the, on the more inline retail on the other side. But also it creates a frontage both on this town square, along with this kind of retail shopping street that is connecting the parking lot to the north and to the town center. So what we want to do is for this building to now begins to scale down to be more in concert with, with the infill project that you will see in downtown San Rafael, to kind of have that varieties of scale, different articulations, and kind of much more quality type of in-town feel. Again, the project has a tremendous amount of amenity spaces within the project itself for the residents. You can see in the architecture, the upper left is kind of the anchor retail corner right by the town square. And then the lower one is actually as it transitioned from that walking street to the parking lot. I want to stress that every building that we're proposing on this project are 4-sided. It addresses every edge, every conditions, every context. And then on the upper right is a little bit of variations in the architecture. Again, this is transitioning to a different context. This is kind of the counterpoint gateway on the parcel 5, opposing next, basically across the street from the Marydale, from the parcel 4 corner. In this case, we've intentionally dropped the massing down as a counterpoint to the building across the street with a roof deck. We've actually pushed the buildings back to create really substantial open space, so that as you look into this corridor from Marydale into the core of the center, there's a really wide landscape, almost alley that go into the core of the project. The reason why we're using more interesting color in this case is because we felt that, as is exposed to the parking lot to the north, that I think there's a little bit more flexibility and more respectful, because we're more respectful to the neighbor. I think here we can kind of open it up and have a little bit more playfulness in the building. And then the last one, but not the least, is parcel 6. So this is one of the few podium building that we're proposing on the site. The reason being is that Northgate Drive along the back edge is rising. So it kind of shield almost a full story of that building. So by creating a 7-story building from Northgate, you're essentially looking at a 6-story building. So that actually helps in the visualization of this project. This building has a major anchor facing north with retail along fronting on the town center. as well as amenity spaces that fronts onto the town center. And then on top of the podium, we actually have garden amenities and roof deck that we're creating for the benefit of the residents living here. So these are the impression of the building. So couple of different items. This is the lower one is actually the facades fronting on the town square. We were very deliberate not to do a 7-story conditions there, but to articulate the edge so that the roof deck coming in the center and kind of this larger entry gesture in the center really kind of addressed the town center in a very nice and compatible scale. And then creating an exaggerated tower element as you come in from Maryvale, that tower becomes the icon that you would see, whether it's from Maryvale or Las Galinas, you come in, this is kind of a marquee feature that you'll see. And then again, this 4-sided architecture with very quality porcelain tiles that we want to kind of create either a sandstone or kind of a feel here as part of the retail base, so that as you touch the building, there's quality that you feel. And then a very strong eave line that we're developing around the building. Whether it's facing the garage, whether it's facing Northgate, this building is 4-sided. And there were some questions about the articulations on the rear. As you can see in the plan, on the Northgate Drive side, there's actually a plinth, a 2-story plinth that creates a base to that building. And then up above at the podium level, you see a lot of kind of movements in the building that creates a very interesting kind of an elevation. So we thought that this should be a more quieter building given kind of the context and the street. So that's kind of the rationale for that. I think with that, I apologize for the long-winded presentation, but we had a lot to cover. So thank you very much. And I appreciate your comments.
Let's see if the board has some questions for the applicant. Member Blaney?
I'm just curious, the program for the development for this site, who originated that?
We spent a lot of time internally doing studies in the community. What was the retail demand? What is the residential demand? Is there demand for office, entertainment venues? Talking to the tenants, who wants to stay, who wants to go, who's not in the area and wants to come. We spent an exhaustive amount of time putting that program together, and that program has changed over time. You know, we've changed that program as we've been hearing comments and, you know, out in the community. But the original program was done by Malone Guyer based on research that we've done with our leasing team and our redevelopment team in the community, and figured out what is most appropriate here for the town center.
Okay.
Member Summers, any questions?
I think I'm overloaded here. Questions of the applicant? I think the presentation was pretty extraordinary and detailed, so I don't know if I have any actual questions. That there'll be certainly comments later. So,
Okay. Member Election?
Yeah, I just have one question based on the plan on the 2040 vision plan on page 6. So you're still showing parking adjacent to the town square. Is there any particular reason why that can't be incorporated into the town square? As that was probably the #1 piece of feedback that came up.
We haven't made any modifications to our plan since we've been last before you, because we don't have your recommendations yet. And so that's our simple answer. How's that?
Okay.
Good.
Member Reggie?
Yeah, I think I have a few questions for the architect. You described the siting scenario for parcel 6 as being recessed to allow for Northgate, which is higher, and that lowers the overall height of the building. it looks like there's opportunities for that at both residential 2 and 1, but there's only a minor setback. So are you actually infilling the site to bring that base level of 1 and 2 up?
Actually not. That's a great question. So it's the same condition, just less severe on parcel 1. So as you can, actually one of the renderings shows there's a gradual kind of a slope. So you actually, as you're walking along Northgate from the west to the east, the grade is actually dropping. The sidewalk's actually looking down.
Is that where you have the guardrail?
Exactly.
Is that why? 'Cause
Exactly.
There's a drop down?
Exactly.
Okay.
And then obviously the conditions along building 6 is much more, steep, and you can actually go there right now at the Lowe's and
I'm
really
familiar.
see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you also, unique to building 1, the introduction of CMU is in that project? And I'm trying to understand, because the color of the wood is very similar to the color of the CMU, where those two are applied. And you
Yeah.
might need an elevation to describe it, but I'm not clear which one is where.
So I could go to that one.
Maybe on the building elevations?
Here you go. So maybe I can explain that better here because of that garden condition. And because we're creating a very strong base along kind of that base, of the garden,
Mhm.
we really want to kind of create a little bit, instead of just doing plaster base, we want to actually use the CMU to create a little bit more rustic base to the building. So it's only exposed really, where's the pointer here?
Should be the top button.
The top. So can I point? to the
Sure.
screen? So the idea is that you have the space element. Thank you. To have the base element here to kind of express some rusticness of the base, so that otherwise, you skim coat the plaster on the parking garage, it really loses the sense of the base. So
Okay, so it doesn't go past that level 2 datum or base,
No,
is that right?
no, it
Okay,
doesn't.
so the tower elements you see are in the Trespa.
Trespa or the plaster in different conditions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions from the board, the chair will open the public hearing. I ask the public to focus.
Take a break.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, we're going to take a
5 minutes.
5-minute break. We'll be back at 7:41.
They had a ceremony there too. Talk about the destination. Here. That's where we went for our minor.
No.
I we.
Some of weird cursor on the,
I know.
and I don't know where it came from or where it is.
And I was, it was like on my PowerPoint, but it was up on their PowerPoint, so it's not on the PowerPoint, it's on the computer somehow.
I don't know. And then I tried shutting it down, reopening it.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre. All the sending notice to that whole zip code.
The meeting will come back to order.
Right.
The meeting will come back to order at this time. All right. I'm about to open the public hearing. I'd like it quiet for a moment, please. I'd like to remind the public that what our purview is in the design review board, we have no say over parking, the amount of apartments and things like that. What we can help you with is the design, the color, the materials, the massing. And so you are free to use your 2 minutes and say exactly what you want. As I just want you to know, what we can help with are not those things. We only are about design, color, massing, arrangement, that kind of thing. We don't do anything with parking. We don't set the number of apartments, and we don't set what entitlements they're given. So we are open to your comments, knowing what our purview is. You are all welcome to get in line and ask questions. Ask any question you like in order, and you'll be given 2 minutes. I'd like the staff to tell the public how they can ask questions.
Absolutely. So you can, if you're in the council chambers, you can come up to the microphone. We'll allow people who are in council chambers to provide their comments first. Once everyone in council chambers who's provided their comments Then we'll open it up to people on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature. If you are calling by phone, you can press *9. Then once the host asks you to unmute yourself, you can press *6 to speak. And then let me just get our timer set up here. We're trying a new timing system because we had some comments at the last meeting that it was taking up too much of the screen. So we're going to try a bit of a new system here. And promote the host. Got it. Okay.
While he's getting set up, I'll give you a couple more parameters. When you come up to the podium, please state your name clearly and then know that the timer will start and you'll have 2 minutes. I will politely let you know when the 2 minutes are over. And when Jeff is ready, we will begin.
We are ready.
Okay, good evening and thank you. My name is Matthew Hartzell. I'm with the Transportation Advocacy Group, WTB TAM, and I want to speak tonight in support of this project. And I urge you to also lend it your support onto the Planning Commission and Council. This is a good project for Terra Linda. It's a good project for San Rafael. It's a good project for Marin County. It will activate a dead space, a dead mall. It will bring new life, economic activity, vibrancy, and activity to this neighborhood. And it's, I think, Czech did an excellent job explaining how the various elements are well designed. They're in proportion to their surroundings. The density and the height of this planned project are entirely suitable and appropriate for the surroundings. The higher buildings are located where the impacts will be lowest, where there are no adjacencies, there's no adjacent neighbors. 7 stories is not high density. I know some of the detractors behind me are going to say this is high density, this is New York. We don't want that in San Rafael. This is entirely suitable for a city of San Rafael size. Cities at the size of San Rafael across the country and across the world have buildings of this type of height and massing. This is a medium density, maybe low medium density project at best. It's not high density. You want to see high density, look at San Francisco or New York. That's not what this is. I want to also thank the designers for including secure ground floor bike parking in all of the residential buildings. That's a really important touch. And now that people are riding more e-bikes, it's important. E-bikes are heavier. It's important they have a place to park them on the ground floor so they don't have to carry them up the stairs or in the elevator. So I think it's a really excellent project, really well designed. I really look forward to it. I know that I'm going to spend time there once it's built. So I urge you to support it and thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sophie Shihai. I live at Quail Hill where they keep saying there is no obstruction of our views from the west side, that they put the buildings over there and they keep saying, oh, well, there's just nothing over there. Well, there's 110 units there plus Villa Marin, and we are going to be affected by this building. I am not opposed to commercial with residential on top of it, but I am opposed to having it be right smack dab up against the sidewalk with no pushback. It needs to be pushed back further. And the 3 stories is fine. I'm fine with 3 stories. I am not fine with 7 stories. The other thing is I would like to find out, are you going to put up story poles? Do they have story poles that go 7 stories so we can actually physically see how big of a monstrosity this is going to be set down in our sleepy little ranch homes? It's really not a good fit. I don't care what other people that don't live here say. We live here and it is not a good fit. I would also like to ask, do we pay the staff from our city of San Rafael taxes? Because they seem awfully cozy and in bed with the developers. They know every single thing about it. And when the developers can't quite find
No
the
applause,
word, please, they are over there saying, oh, it's on page 16, it's page 6. So they're not trying to work for the benefit of the people that are actually living there. I know I have 15 seconds left. I think you guys have done an excellent job. You have asked really, really good, important questions. And it's a shame that this is going to get rammed down our throats. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to cut the applause.
Hello, James Quigley. I'm a resident of San Rafael. I live maybe not as close to the mall as she does, but a short walk. And I know your purview, you've stated it, it makes sense. There's a lot of things you don't control, even maybe if you'd like to. I think you've done a great job. Everything looks really nice. This project's going to go through in some form or fashion. We need housing here. I would say, even though you don't control that part of it, the lady before me is against it. Or at least to the extent that it is. And I understand that, but I also understand that we desperately need more housing here. And I think it's a good project. I trust you will make sure it's pretty, because I guess we'll hold you responsible if it's not. But beyond that, I'm all for it. And I really appreciate the work the owners and the design team took to make it look this well. And any other changes that you deem are necessary around the edges, I trust you to do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lori Greider. I live about a block away from the mall.
Come towards the mic.
I live across about a block from the mall, and we live here because it's so beautiful and peaceful. And the mall has always been a good neighbor up to this point. We love the openness, actually. I know people don't like that it's dead, but I think with reasonable housing on top of retail, not extreme. I really like your questions. I like you guys' pleasant approach. I wish you had more control over what's going to be there. He said it isn't a compound, but it definitely is. My son, who wants to be an engineer, said it looks like one of those things where you try and pack as much in it to a space as you can. And I just feel like it's just they're going for profit, high profit, because housing will give them more money than anything else. And they just want to pack it in. And it feels dystopian to me. It is high density. This is not downtown. This should be a different feeling. And they should look at the apartment buildings in the neighborhood to see the scale that actually fits in the neighborhood. And there's, and I was wondering when there is going to be another public planning council meeting. And I also would like the story polls. And it's already very easy to walk to the mall from the neighborhood. And I don't think they should have the electric bikes on the same path as, I think the roads are fine the way they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Brennan. I have a question. I live right next door. I'm in Quail Hill, right behind. So I do agree with the lady who spoke before. I want to start by saying I want more housing, and I want the 24/7 vibrance that the architect described, the kind of the music, the outdoor dining, the nice feel. If we do this right, we will have that. We'll end up looking a little bit like maybe Bonaire in Greenbrae. If we do this wrong, we'll have a ghetto. So two questions. One, how do we get the right demographic? What would be the rent range for these first 2025 units, excluding, of course, the affordable? Two is a question about from Quail Hill. Everybody at Quail Hill is up a hill with a view. That's why we live there. Are we going to be looking directly at a building that's actually higher than we are? Two questions.
It's not a question.
Thank you.
Or the short guys. I'm Misty Forsman. I'm a resident of San Rafael. Been here for quite a while. I think this is a city within a city is the way the project looks to me. And I think it's overdrawn, overblown, and excessive for the surrounding community. Now, I'm not opposed to more housing, but 7 stories, I understand that's not your purview, but taking into account the surrounding neighborhood, this does not fit in any way, shape, or form. Of course, they rejected anything to do with Frank Lloyd Wright because his concept was to fit in to existing structure and land. And this does nothing in that direction. I have grave concerns about how the people coming in to do the work in these various retail or whatever kinds of locations, how they're going to manage. What's the streets going to be like? Is there any accommodation for people that don't live in this project to actually use any of the facilities? It feels like almost a walled community with the wall being green as opposed to concrete, but there's way too much concrete, in my opinion. And I think you need to really pay attention to the quality of the buildings. And I've been involved in real estate and real estate development and construction since 1970. So I'm not unfamiliar with it, but what I see is not tremendously adventurous as far as materials are concerned. And you're looking at way too much building in too small a space. That would be my suggestions.
Thank you. We're going to cut that out.
Hello, hi, I'm Janan Huntsberry. I'm representing my husband, who was a member here of the Design Review Board for 25 years, and also the Amavia nursing home where he lives now, which is directly across the street, 515 North Gate Boulevard. I noticed in your presentation, like building 1, you're concerned those people up at Villa Marin, they can see over you, or Quail Hill possibly. Building 4 faces the cemetery. Those people don't care how the building is. But the one that's the concern to me is the building 3. That's a huge thing to be there on the corner right across from where, and there were letters written they had a petition going around there. You probably had them in your packet that you received today. There were over 50 signatures, and they're watching it on Zoom tonight. But it seems like you didn't think about those people. There's guide dogs, there's Drake's Landing, and especially where my husband has been for 8 years. So those people would love to have, what they would like to have would be the restaurants on that end of the shopping mall or the end of the town square. That way they could walk across the street and go to restaurants and be with their families, and put these big apartment buildings and on the north end where there are gas stations and there's nobody living there. There's just gas stations and commercial stuff. So it just seems like they've got these residential buildings on the wrong end of the property. And the only other thing I was going to say was about traffic, and that's not important to you all, but just there's one entrance to Freeway 101 going south and north from there. One entrance with that many people is not going to make it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shirley Fisher. I'm a long-term resident of San Rafael of Terra Linda. I have about 8 points I want to quickly go through. I want to compliment the staff on a thorough and thoughtful staff report. I support the staff's list of recommendations on page 16, particularly number 1, increase the size of the town square. I suggest creation of a landscape reserve logically on parking lot 6 as suggested by the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative on July 18th and is utilized for the Target store and Loch Lomond Marina. Number 2, eliminate the dog park. This area should be repurposed by expanding the children's play area with facilities for all ages of children. In my letter of August 2, there are examples of the type of facilities needed for children under age 5. If a dog park is necessary for this project, it should be located in the residential area since new residents are the people most likely to use it. Number 3, eliminate synthetic turf and faux natural features. This should be done throughout the whole project. The rocks in the town square landscaping should be eliminated. They serve no function, as well as being heat sinks and sightline obstacles during entertainment events. Consider replacing them with seating walls or benches. Number 4, consider a green wall for the large cinema wall. Vines or a living wall will add environmental benefits, cooling and oxygen, as well as aesthetic benefits for the housing facing this wall. I would also suggest adding the following recommendations to the list. Number 5, eliminate drive-through restaurants. Convert to eat-in restaurants or other destination retail that will decrease traffic conflicts and encourage community gathering and interaction. Number 6, include recommendations of Sustainable San Rafael and the California Urban Forest Council regarding tree choice and planting and irrigation requirements to create large spreading canopies that will provide shade as well as carbon sequestering. Finally, a clarification question regarding parking for residential 1. Will the 50 units parking spaces located on surface parking lot to the north be dedicated spaces for the residents, or will they be open for general parking by shoppers, theater goers, and other visitors? These are only minor details, but I think they're important ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Garrity, and I'm a 38-year resident of Terra Linda and a member of Responsible Growth in Marin. Terra Linda is surrounded by rolling hills and 2 routes to 101, is in a precarious situation to safety handling evacuations for any fires or disasters. The increase in population and density that Northgate Development proposes greatly augments that risk. Plus, this project will be narrowing the single-lane road, Northgate Drive, which encircles the development rather than widen the road. The plans don't show any other changes to local roads, streetlights, etc. So absolutely no improvements in the roads and entrances into 101 to mitigate the added risk. While Terra Linda's fire department has been excellent at educating and monitoring homeowners to create a defensible space and cut down junipers and trees close to home, what's planned for the tall, old eucalyptus trees, which are extremely combustible, right across from the 6- and 7-story buildings? Those trees and those trees with some wind could fuel a fireball, completely blocking Los Ranchitos as an evacuation route and cross over to the Northgate buildings. We, the public, have brought this up for the past 2 years. We're always told this will be discussed during the traffic report. Why hasn't the applicant been required to provide a traffic report by now so that this can be discussed intelligently? If design elements are impacted or help mitigate the risk, then it could be done at this stage. Thank you for your service and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm David Smith. I'm also with Responsible Growth in Marin. I'm a longtime resident of San Rafael. I live very close to the mall. I'd like to comment on the proposed height of residential buildings 3 and 4. And while the applicant is utilizing the state density bonus law, other issues can and must be considered in the overall design. Several years ago, while considering the proposed Costco pre-application, this board noted that a wind tunnel would be created in the gap between the tall Costco building and the tall mall. What is proposed now would also create a wind tunnel with 2 tall residential buildings on the western side of Los Ranchitos Road and the existing wall of tall trees on the eastern side. This could create a wind tunnel along a road where many people walk and bike on a daily basis. But worse is the prospect of fire. As the California wildfires that devastated parts of Santa Rosa and the town of Paradise fade into history, the tragedy of Lahaina brings such risks back into focus. A fire affecting this area could be turned into a real and actual firestorm by the wind tunnel effect. And this would be made even worse because some of those tall trees are eucalyptus, which are known to explode and shower burning embers over a wide area, which would be magnified by the wind tunnel. There are other reasons why these buildings are just too high. Residential 3 will be right across the road from Almaviva, home to some of our elderly and more vulnerable residents. Almaviva is just 3 stories high and will be overlooked by a massive building twice as high, severely affecting the views of those residents and creating an oppressive environment. Simply put, there are other places on the site where housing can be located without concentrating it in one of the most dangerous places and/or creating such an oppressive outlook for our vulnerable existing residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Carney. I'm representing Sustainable San Rafael. We'd like to summarize a few comments that I hope you'll take into consideration this evening. Number one, don't do anything to the design that would not maintain the full number of housing units in the development. An already developed property of this size, this close to the freeway and a train station, certainly can accommodate the number of units that are proposed, or at least that number. Our only request is that you can apply your considerable design skills to assuring that the affordable housing be at least as well designed as the other housing. Secondly, enlarge the namesake town square by removing the parking aisles to the west, thereby creating a central open space large enough to anchor the identity of the entire project, and designed for both casual relaxation and active entertainment, and supported by a yearly budget dedicated to the activation of that space in consultation with the larger community. 3, use large spreading trees to reduce heat islands in the parking areas and provide screening and a pedestrian scale throughout the project, supported by sufficient root space, irrigation, and ongoing maintenance budget. 4th, prioritize pedestrians with wide walkways, well landscaped and well separated from traffic. 5, activate outdoor spaces with adjacent cafes, ample seating, and varied plantings. And finally, provide complete building electrification, EV readiness, and other sustainability features in accordance with the city's recently adopted REACH code and climate change action plan. This
Thank you very
development
much.
has the potential to really
Few minutes. Thank
redefine
you for your time.
what suburban character is about. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Peak. I'm a long-term resident of Terra Linda, 62 years. I live in an Eichler that's about 14 houses away from Northgate Shopping Center. I saw it developed from a field of flowers, basically, to what it is now. Isn't the point of having design limits to keep things within the compatible development of the community around it? Good, I thought so. I think most of the residents feel that they would like to see this developed and become a functioning, well-operated town center. And I think some of the design ideas we saw proposed look good, but the scale is just completely out of scale with what the community can really handle. I spent about 20, 30 years in Silicon Valley and actually all around the Bay. I was an engineer. I'm retired now. And I've seen the developments that have gone up around the Bay. Typically when a development like Santana Row or San Antonio development get more than 3 or 4 stories, it just seems like you're walking in a tiny little canyon in the walls, and a 70 or 70-foot wall is basically what you're going to be walking next to if these guys go with a 7-story development. I haven't seen any 7-story developments down there. Even 5-story seems unpleasant sometimes. So it just seems like we could build this right and it would be great, or we can mess it up and it might be just kind of unpleasant and foreboding there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Scott Culbertson. I'm a resident of Terra Linda. I live on Las Colinas, about 3 blocks from this project. I really can't say anything more eloquently than that guy just did. But, Terra Linda is made out of a bunch of Eichlers and Alliance houses, and they're all 1 story. So this thing is very big. My main concern about it is actually, though, going to be the impact on the traffic, trying to get on and off 101 at Freitas Boulevard. I now understand that this meeting and this forum and you people are not the people to address my concerns. But so my question then is, where do I go to have my concerns addressed? And all the people behind me who are very concerned about this is clearly not the body that's going to be receptive to their concerns. So where do we go? And that's a question you can tell me now. I mean,
Staff will respond to the questions at the end. I'm
Okay.
making a list.
okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie Wurlitzer. I'm a relatively new resident based on everyone else's years. I'm a homeowner for 7 years. Before that, I lived in actual high density Singapore. So I'm familiar with what this could very well be. But from that experience, I have a couple of comments. First off, staff, I want to say good job on your homework. You did your research. It showed. I really appreciated it. I hope they appreciate it too. But I'm curious as to the percentage of units that have private outdoor space. And that then correlates to, is there sufficient outdoor dining and barbecues for the other residents? In lovely California, we eat outside a fair amount and we love to barbecue. So I was just curious on the volume of that and if it's sized appropriately for the various units. And my other comment is about the rocks in the town center. And I guess I would encourage that while it is nice to have some creative seating, it also limits the use case of the space. And so that space could be lovely from a multi-use aspect. It could be I don't know, a pop-up farmer's market. I realize we have a farmer's market, but it could be, a Christmas craft fair. But if you have too many rocks in the way, it's hard to set up tents. It's hard to recreate what Marinwood has, which is desperately what I want. I want to have Marinwood have a challenge and have music in the park is what I would love to see there. So I guess I encourage you to reduce the number of rocks to just increase the flexibility use of that town green. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carla Welch. People talk about the dead mall. We used to have a great mall. Developers went in there and ruined it. All the businesses that served our community, they left. A bunch of stores went in there that we never used. The developers and the lawyers of the developers seems that they've done their research. They found every loop to get as much profit into this plan that they've got. It's ridiculous. This isn't just a development. It's a city that's going to be blocking the little bottleneck of our community. I want to know about noise pollution, the light pollution that's going to happen from this. And my other concern is Freitas Parkway. I commute every day to San Francisco. I left San Francisco 28 years ago to get out of that high density feeling. Terra Linda has been a dream. That's going to go away with this. The nightmare to have to commute to the city every day with 1,400 people times 2, because they're both going to be working to pay off those housing, as 2,800 people on Freitas Parkway every morning. Right now, it's already backed up, 3 lights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jenny Silva, and I'm with the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. And I just want to thank the staff for all the work that's gone into this. We are a strong supporter of the project. Marin desperately needs more housing. And there's been a lot of complaints about the massing, that it's too tall, it's too big. We are a supporter of the height and density of the project. The reality is, if we are going to build more housing, we either need to go up or we need to pave over our open space. We all want to preserve the open space. Tall housing is more environmentally efficient, and so we would like to see that remain within the project. Overall, we're very pleased with the architecture and the use of the same materials for the affordable component as the rest of the component. We believe it is a strong strength of the project that it is housing very low income residents, and there's people don't always realize with affordable housing that there's different levels of affordability, and the very low affordability is the hardest to get built. And this project has it, and it's very important to keep that. And especially it has it with 3-bedroom units, which are very hard units to find in Marin. And so we really want to make sure that the project maintains that. The last comment that I want to make is there was a question in the presentation about whether the articulation was sufficient for a good pedestrian experience. And I just want to make the point that articulation reduces the energy efficiency, and it does not help the pedestrian experience. You need a lively street for that. There's lots of ways to get it, with seating, with what you see on the seat, but building height and articulation don't impact pedestrian experience. And there are experts beyond me that can give more information on that, but I would hate to see more articulation for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen Himmelavadia. My husband and I live on Red Rock Way off of Los Ranchitos, and I thank the committee for the work you're doing. I have one question and a few comments, which I address not only to you, but to the team from the development group. The question, first of all, and I will not repeat, but just echo a few things that have been said by others. Our feedback is very important. And so my question is, are our comments being recorded? They are being recorded, and they will be shared in their full renderings by us. To what group? If I could, I know you don't want to answer now, but when you.
We'll answer that.
Okay, all right. The next question is this, or the next statement is this. Many of us were at the last meeting when we discussed the retail and entertainment portion of the site. And at that time, I believe I said it seemed like that was putting the cart before the horse, because we knew that the big issues were going to have to do with the density, the height, all the issues that have been raised about the housing. We were told in the last meeting, oh, this is a place for the whole community. You're all going to come here. You're going to love it. You're going to eat. You're going to drink, dance, whatever. But it is clear to me from this presentation today that the entire development is for the benefit of the developers, with a nod to the requirements of the state to pack as much housing in as possible. And that is driving all of the decisions for the site. And how can we not put the cart before the horse, but discuss the environmental impact of that density before final decisions are made? Will there be open hearings like this by the Environmental Review Board, by the city council before decisions are made? Or what we're saying today just going to be funneled through your committee to those other levels of review? I think I've used up my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Coleman. I'm a 20-year resident of Terra Linda. It's nice to see you all again, and I want to thank all of you for all your hard work. I'm a member of RGM. I'm speaking for myself this evening. What's it going to take to get a 3D model of this project so that we can put behind us this speculation of, is it too dense? Is it too tall? Is it going to feel like a tunnel or a canyon? Is it going to feel like a fortress? Put out a 3D model. Let's just see to scale so that we can all get a really good idea of what it's going to look like. That's my request. Thank you so much. Okay.
Hi, I'm David Ovadia, and I live in San Rafael. I don't want to echo everybody else's comment, but I have one or two maybe crucial thing. Phase 2 is going to happen in 2040. Who the hell knows what's going to happen by that time? None of you are probably going to be on this sitting in here. None of the managers or anybody else is going to be there, council or anybody. I think they should be very simple. You only allow phase 1. You use lesson learned of everything that's been built from that project, and you take a look at what else has changed. And at that point in time, you review everything very critically before phase 2 gets done. It is very important and crucial to apply all the lesson learned and what can be changed to make those things happen. There is many aspects, anywhere from density, from freeway, from congestion, from fires. I mean, there's a lot to be learned, water, etc. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Diana Dawson. I was born in Marin and I've lived here 74 years in San Rafael. I have very, very deep concerns about the height of the buildings. I live in an Eichler. It's a single story. I think 7 stories is way too much. I'm concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about evacuation. If something happens or I just die in the valley here because I can't get out. I mean, we already have traffic concerns. I know that's not what I'm supposed to be talking about now, but these are my concerns. I'm going to throw in, I have concerns about water usage. I can't conserve anymore. I'm sorry, I just can't. I've been conserving since the 70s. And now we're going to put in this high density thing that does not fit into Terra Linda. It's just totally against the whole Eichler thing. So those are just my concerns, and I just hope it doesn't get jammed through. I mean, lower building, 3 stories, even 4 stories, but 7, 6, 5 stories, it's too much. And my grandparents and my parents that lived at the cemetery are not going to approve of this. Really, little levity here, but they would not like it. And they are living at the cemetery. They're very quiet, but we never know. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further public comment in City Hall, we will now open it up to those who have raised hands on Zoom. First up, we have Jennifer McInnes. Jennifer, you're now able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer McGinnis. I am a local parent and a board member at Community Action Marin. And I'm quite versed in some of the things we need here is in our community, such as housing and childcare. But I'm here to speak to you about the dire need for childcare in San Rafael and Marin County, and the opportunity presented by the Northgate Development Project to create infrastructure that meets this essential community need. Childcare creates a positive multiplier effect in our community, and yet a lot of the families locally, really struggle finding childcare and maintaining, maintaining employment because there's not enough local childcare to meet the need of those living and working in San Rafael. The availability of the facilities appropriate for young children is also one of the biggest barriers to the expansion of the childcare. So existing classroom spaces are being reclaimed by school districts, and there's just an overall lack of other classroom options for young children in San Rafael and Marin. The Northgate development presents a unique opportunity for a new childcare facility to be included as part of the commercial development piece. Starting from the ground up, designing and building with children, families, and the greater community at the center. Childcare makes many of these things possible, including the healthy development and early learning, school readiness, and so forth. But it also helps our community members with employment support, especially for the working parents, and also a community where essential workers and their employees can count on stable care arrangements and more to benefit San Rafael and our larger community. And so I just urge the committee and the developer and the public at large to think about including a childcare center in the design of the Northgate redevelopment plan as a wise investment in the children and families of this community, as well as the local businesses and employers.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Gail Napel.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you.
So Gail Napel, I live in Terra Linda. I have lived here for 24 years, and I again applaud everybody. Staff, and the presentation was very beautifully done. I echo and won't repeat the comments made by Shirley Fisher and the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. I do think there are a few things we would like to see in the design, just as residents and people concerned about the environment. I'm a little concerned that these projects will go in when the California Green Building Code will require embodied carbon work, or excuse me, an embodied carbon LCA to be done for all architectural projects. And I'm looking at the materials and I'm not 100% convinced that they are low embodied carbon materials. The wood concerns me in terms of what might happen in a fire, because composite wood can have toxins that release into the atmosphere. So I think that it would be a nice thing to see the environmental impacts and the environmental overlay on the design of this complex. For fire and heat mitigation, it looks as if all of the exposures, I appreciate that all of the exposures of the buildings are, they address the street, but it does not look as if there has been any attention paid to which direction is east or west in terms of shading for the windows. So the facade exposure that addresses the solar exposure would be appreciated by the residents. Again, concerns over water and energy, I totally understand those. It would be nice to see that we are using permeable pavement and rainwater collection to somewhat reduce the impact of the water load of this size of a development, which in many ways, of course, I heartily approve of, but would like to see that the environmental factors that are required by building code and by the city of San Rafael are actually addressed. And I did not hear anything in the presentations at all about sustainability or climate resilience. So would like to make sure those are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gail. Next up, we have Tyler Nielsen. Tyler, there you go.
Hello. So I don't see a music venue. That was disappointing. Businesses around the venue would profit from spending of ticket goers. From concert goers. We could really build something that could rival the Phoenix Theater here. Also, market rate is relevant. The fact you say it doesn't makes me think you're not here to improve the community, but just come and rake in money and give back as little as possible to us. Put things in in our community. If you want to support, at a daycare, at a public school, at a roller rink, at a basketball court, come on. You have nothing to draw people to the mall at all. This isn't even a mall anymore. This is just a bunch of apartments with a few stores around it. I like the overhang extensions, that is good, but still too tall of buildings. No extension of the town square. You're really pissing people off now, my God. Underground parking, it's not that hard. There's underground space already. Use it. We don't need a parking garage when it can be underground. Put up storyboard. It's bigger than you think. You need real parks for kids, real swings, real slides, real tandem not rocks. You need bike lanes within development, or you're going to have accidents. And when you say you don't have recommendations, seriously, man, we gave tons of recommendations. So did the board. We all heard them. Everybody heard them. Open your ears, please. Quit wasting the time of the city council, the time of the people, and my time. Should be sent back to the design again, and hopefully don't waste this again and come back with addressing all of our concerns. You addressed minimal comments and with maximum time that you could have gotten. It also looks too fancy and vibrant and doesn't fit the Terra Linda vibe. No fake grass, no fake rocks, no chemical materials, more trees. Thank you, staff, for your effort and time. And lastly, I want to echo the man who said just have phase 1, then do phase 2 in 10 years. We don't know what's happening in 2040. Leave it for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. Next up is PC Novato. You can now unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Becky Prawn. I'm a 59-year San Rafael resident, of which 37 years have been in Terra Linda. I would like to thank the board and all those involved for their detailed information and in the presentation. I'm also extremely appreciative of the public there this evening and all of the comments. And I just have a few questions. One, I believe that they mentioned taking the arch brick facades off the building, although in one of the rendered pictures, it looked like it was still there. I'm not sure if they're two different items or something that's been changed. I look forward to the vitality and the potential vitality of this community building, but I do have concerns about the traffic, freeway access, pedestrian access. Where is that to the SMART train for transportation, and also the height concerns? I agree 3-4 stories should be maximum. Let's try phase 1 first and see in 15 years how this all pans out. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Carmela Davis.
Hi, my name is Carmela Davis. I was born and raised in Marin County, and I'm also now speaking on behalf of Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. I would like to thank everyone involved in this project. It's a desperately needed one. Marin County needs affordable housing. As a recent college graduate, there's simply no housing for anyone low income wanting to come back. And I know that this meeting is about the architecture, so I would like to echo Jenny Silva's comments in saying that the affordable housing component of this for the low-income families is incredibly needed and important. I would like to make sure that the architecture is as comparable as it can be to the other existing housing. I know everyone wants this project to look nice and fit in, and that won't happen if the affordable housing complex is not built to look and be as good as the others. And I would urge the board to maintain that there are still 3-bedroom units. This is a badly needed family housing component that we do not see a lot of in Marin County. And one question I have is, what is the rationale for the private deck space that is on the second level in parcel 1? Is this a similar amenity that is or is not offered for the upper levels? And yeah, thank you for your time. We appreciate this project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carmela. Next up, we have Laura Silverman.
Hi there, I'm Laura Silverman, and I've lived in Terra Linda for close to 20 years. I'm also a member of Responsible Growth in Marin. Since this meeting is a DRB hearing for recommendation for an environmental and design review permit, I'm curious how this is being conducted without a draft environmental impact report. There are many concerns that I have regarding the lack of DEIR, since more information is imperative to analyze the following topics that are affected by the architecture. Density and shading. How will the density of this project affect shading, not only for new residents building to building, but also in public spaces? How will the surrounding residential communities like Almavia and Villa Marin be affected? Noise and light. How will the design of rooftops with pools and eating areas, which will generate noise and light, affect the environment and the quality of life for Northgate residents, as well as the surrounding community? Massing. In addition, the density and massing shown in the plans suggests a lack of light for those units located in the interior of the development, a quality which does not support a healthy, livable environment. Density and massing is inconsistent with Terra Linda's suburban character. We are not an urban center. How will massing affect views? Again, both for Northgate residents and the surrounding community. These topics should be covered in the DEIR so that the design review board members and the general public can understand these impacts, which could well affect the design. I urge the DRB to require a 3D architectural visualization of the development that will help the community take a look at the relative
All right,
size.
thank you, Laura. Okay. Next up, we have Victoria Holdridge.
Hi there, Victoria Holdridge. I've lived in Terra Linda for 26 years this time around. I'm a member of MOC, and I will echo some of the comments by the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. I am 100% in favor of this development for the added housing that we desperately need in Terra Linda and in the greater San Rafael and Marin County. A few comments on some of the materials. I think the dog park should be moved over to the residential area, maybe several smaller ones. I think the playground materials need to be not be fake grass. The rocks in the area yeah, no. They're ugly and serve no purpose. There would be a lot of better things. And the other thing I noticed on the map, one of the maps going by today, was there were still 4 or 5 pads along the northern edge of the property, which we didn't really address today, but I don't want those to be drive-through anything, drive-through coffee, drive-through food, whatever. We want people to come and stay and be part of the community with bike lanes and all the rest, as has been previously talked about. Anyway, I think that's probably all my time. I don't see a timer on here, but thank you for listening, and thank you for the staff. I really appreciate all the work you've done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Victoria. Next up is Doug Sides.
Yes. Can you guys hear me all right?
We can.
All right, wonderful. Yeah, so my name is Doug Sides. I am the president of Marin County Young Democrats. And I know this is not, part of the design review board, but our biggest concern is affordability. I think it's great that, that we have minimum 10% of these units are going to be classified as affordable. But, we just merely question just, how affordable is affordable, because I think from our understanding, even people who make like, just over $100,000 a year is considered low income by San Rafael standards. And that's, not too many young people are making that kind of money, people in their like 20s to early 30s. The one question I have regarding the affordable housing block is what is the breakdown of units in terms of like, how many of these 96 units are going to be, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3+ bedroom? Because to echo the concerns of others, is to make sure that there is adequate space for families. And speaking personally, I rent. I cannot afford to buy a house, and the place where I live, which is on downtown San Rafael, is 5 levels of 5 floors of residential. You can't really notice it, and for people to be talking about obstructing their views, frankly, all they're really talking about is the values of their properties. We need housing both here in the county, the region, and the state. I don't really care about your views. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Next up, we have Craig Tackaberry.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Hi, thank you. This is Craig Tackaberry. I want to thank the board. Learning a lot, just listening to you ask questions. You're also well informed. I want to comment about the height. A lot of people have brought the issue up and they're saying it's high density or overdeveloped. And I don't really think it is because of the size of the site. I think it's maybe over clustered. There's lots of room on the site for the desired units. It's just not very well distributed. And I want to comment about the 36-foot height limit in the code. It seems if the city council wanted higher buildings, they would have already changed the zoning code, but they haven't. So 36 feet is what's in the code. And staff mentioned that state law provides an incentive due to the amount of affordable housing, but the request they have from 36 to 77.5 is a 215% increase, which seems way beyond what anybody else would ever think was a reasonable increase. Staff said they need to show measurable cost savings, but that they haven't asked for that to be quantified. It seems that quantification is needed to establish trust with the community. Otherwise, it seems very arbitrary. And I want to comment on 4 of the additional requirements. Increase the size of the town square. That I concur with that. I've been saying that since my letter of April 2021. And it just seems too vague. Increase the size could be 1 square foot. I hope you are able to give more of a basis of what size is reasonable for the objectives. Eliminate the dog park. I support that. I think having dogs adjacent and running through the plaza is probably a bad design. If there is an issue with the owners needing places for their dogs to walk, that should be addressed on the site, but not adjacent to the plaza. I support the music venue. That was something I brought up 2.5 years ago now. Music, performance arts,
thank you,
comedy.
Craig. Okay, sorry, time's up. Okay, moving on. Cecil, you are now able to speak.
That's me. I'm Cecile Nielsen. I've been a resident of Terra Linda for over 30 years. I am very intimidated by this monster. And with that said, I will say the following. I totally support Shirley Fisher, all her comments, as well as Laura Silverman, Missy Forstman. And I will say the following. Please bring the height down. This is looking like a separate city, and this is not the way we want Terra Linda to look like. The people that are going to be living there, they're going to use our public swimming pool, our public tennis courts, our pickleball courts. We need to have them contribute and put some tennis courts up, some public swimming pool there, some bocce ball, some things for the kids to do, a roller skating rink. We'd like to see more trees, more oak trees, fruit trees. We need a full park. We need a music venue. This absolutely looks like a private village. I'm intimidated to even go over there. You might as well just put a security system all around it and make it a private village. This is not part of Terra Linda community. I agree with the story polls. That would be very nice. Please increase the open space or the town center, eliminate the dog park, eliminate the synthetic turf, eliminate drive-through restaurants, keep things flowing with the looks of Alma Via, the guide dogs and the civic center. And finally, the questions, where is the daycare? And lastly, where is the garbage? Where will the garbage be located and picked up? And my husband is chiming in the background. Where are these kids going to go to school? Because we need, are they going to put a school there?
Thank you very much.
Cecile. Right, Greg Nell.
Hello. Yeah, I wanted to second what Shirley and Grace said, especially Grace's point on the transportation. We don't need a traffic study to know that we're going to need significant traffic improvements in case of a wildfire or any other emergency, and just as the woman mentioned, getting to work. I mean, it takes 5 minutes now to get through 3 lights. And so I would hope that you pass this along to the next stage with a recommendation for traffic improvements. The other thing I think needs to be clarified is this phase 1 and phase 2. A lot of the complaints are about, what's going to happen. The big population is after 2040. The drive-in restaurants are after 2040. And if I agree with the people that are saying, let's take phase 1 and not commit to phase 2 at this point, and see what we need to do to make the whole thing work. Because the phase 1, I think, is something that the neighborhood can handle, and to be speculating about what happens after 2040, like many people have said, is kind of a fool's errand at this point. But I do support the project. We have tremendous need for families. There's no problem with taking care of the children. 20 years on the school board. And Terra Linda High used to have 5,000 students, and Miller Creek was twice as big. The facilities are already there, and the room is there, and every kid brings money. So that's not a reason to oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Okay, next up is Valerie Taylor.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I just want to say I support the design as it is. I support the number of units and the proposed heights. I have no problem with any of that. I have two comments. One is the relentless rectangularity of every single element of this project. It's very reminiscent of most new architecture that's been built in the last 10 or 20 years. It is simply square, 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 square. Let's have some curved paths, curved circular pocket parks, curved lighting fixtures, arches. Another lady mentioned arches, and I was very happy to see those, and I'm not sure that they are still part of the project. The second thing I wanted to comment on, other people have commented on putting trees in parking lots to get a canopy. You will never get a canopy over a parking lot in Marin County. Look at the parking lots we have now. Those trees are suffering. I would highly recommend solar panels over as much parking as you can, which will provide electricity for the residents, the tenants. It will also shade all the parking, preventing it from being a heat sink. It will provide shelter from the rain. And then you could afford, you know, a few well-placed trees that you could irrigate properly. And finally, I heard earlier in the talk when the gentleman from Studio T Square was speaking about some tile that's going to be used on the exterior of the building. If you're going to use tile on the exterior of the building, it would really be wonderful to add some color, add some design, add something to make that to break that up, to break up this relentless beige and brown and plain, plain, plain. It doesn't have to be kitschy. It can be quite dignified and quite aesthetically pleasing. And tile, I don't think a red tile costs any more than a white tile.
It's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Valerie. That's your time. Next up is Raul McD. Raul, you can now unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you to the design board. You guys have really done a lot of work. Number one, I'd just like to reiterate what the gentleman said about the difference between phase 1 and phase 2. I'd ask a rhetorical question. What's the rush? Why can't we support phase 1, analyze the results, assess the results, and make sure we're ready for phase 2? I would also like to endorse the concerns about height. We don't live in Eichler. I've lived here for 20 years, but we have a little 2-story townhouse, and it kind of fits into the neighborhood. A 7-story building does not. What it makes me think of is that someone's really looking to the cash flow more than the character of the neighborhood. Number 3, I just did a quick search, and as of the 2020 census, on average, there are 2.14 cars per household. Now that's average. Where I live, we have some neighbors that have 4 cars per household. Where are we going to put those cars? Every time there's a traffic accident on 101 going south, the cars are back to back, bumper to bumper on Los Ranchitos. So all I'm saying is, hey folks, let's take a look at the big picture. Let's take a step back and ask ourselves, where do we want to be in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? I don't think that's asking too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Next up is Pam Reeves.
Hi, thank you for having me speak.
I commend the staff report as well as the design review board for all of your work. I want to point out that the town center needs to be much larger. And one point I really want to ask the design review board to see if they can find out the answer to: what buffers will be used to mitigate the sound from rooftop lighting and rooftop decks with pool sides. I live across from Freitas, and I can right now hear almost anything that's happening in Northgate. And so I wonder what products can be used in the design to mitigate the sound that will happen from these rooftop decks. My second point is, it is known that trees planted in boxes do not live properly and will fail. So please have the landscape architect on the design review board comment about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, next up, we have Daniela McKenna.
Hi, I would like to just make a comment on, as someone who struggled finding housing in this area, especially in my early 20s, I'm really happy to see units being brought in. But I also just wanted to comment about how typically with apartment buildings, the water usage and the cars per unit are far below average compared to single family homes. And I am hoping that this will help reduce the heat island effect and also reduce taxes for local residents, because I know that a lot of the houses around here are, single floor, single family homes, and the taxes keep being increased because there isn't enough density to support a lot of the infrastructure we want to include. So including, or I guess introducing a larger density building would actually help us a lot with that. And those things are, I guess, like what some concerns that I heard that I wanted to address, but also I would love to see this space also have, like, I think previous people have mentioned, like a third space where local residents and local neighborhoods could also come and enjoy residential, commercial, or I don't know, like a place to socialize. So yeah, that's mostly it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniela. And last but not least is Johnson Reynolds.
Yeah, can you hear me? Johnson Reynolds, I live in the Canal. I have a condominium there. I've been able to get that. I was limited in terms of getting a place to live in all Marin County back when I retired from social services in Alameda County. So the move, I'm getting involved with Marin Organizing Committee, and this statement is not representing Marin Organizing Committee totally, but it's in the spirit of Marin Organizing Committee that we do need to accommodate the 60% of people that travel into Marin County because they can't afford to live here. And the workers, the workforce housing, I was concerned about looking at what, what is affordable. Some people make, 70,000, 80,000 a year, and maybe two people in the household, maybe you get over 100,000. But then people that make less than, or single people, or there's three bedrooms, 2 bedrooms for families, that's important too. But we need to provide the residents that are proposed by the applicant. It looks great, what the applicant proposed, the open space, the variety of housing, the townhouses. That's very helpful, and I think as accommodate, we need to have people maybe that work in some of the places in the Northgate Place Park. That they don't have to have a lot of cars there. because they can work or ride to the places they work, or people close there can ride to the place they work, or take the smart train, that kind of thing. So we need to accommodate the people that are low income, the people of color, seniors, families, and we need to do that according to the plan that the applicant has put forward. It was very
Okay,
helpful.
thank you, Johnson. That is, that's your time's up. Okay, with that, that is all of the commenters.
Okay. I've made a list of things that this public would like the staff to answer. I'm sure you guys have a list as well. I'm going to just read through my list and please comment when you can on when you'll be able to answer these questions for the public. When story polls will go in, the date of the next meeting, the rent ranges for 2025, when will a traffic report be done? Where are the comments recorded? And I know they are recorded, but the public would like to know that they're in the record, and how do they find that? When will we see the EIR? And they'd like to see a breakdown of the units, and I'm sure there were other ones as well. So if staff can respond to that, doesn't have to be now, but please respond.
So I'll start, and Heather, maybe you can jump in, and anybody else as well. Starting with the story polls, we typically require story polls in projects that are discretionary projects. Just to address potential height impacts, and to kind of figure out what we do with the height, and whether there's an opportunity for reduction, that sort of thing. In this case, because this is a density bonus project, we are, and the applicant is requesting a height bonus, these story polls would not be, would not provide us with that kind of, like there would be no reason for us to require the story polls in that way. I sure will, yeah. So again, the reason we weren't requiring story polls is story polls are typically required in situations where we have a discretionary project where we can, the story polls help us assess opportunities for reduction in height or changes in, the way the layout of the building sits. And in this case, again, because this is a density bonus project, we don't have the discretion to be, and the applicant is requesting a height bonus, we don't have the discretion to require reduction, because it would potentially result in a reduction in the number of units. Just kind of globally, I want to mention that the opportunities for things like traffic, noise, that sort of thing will be part of the EIR, and that gets evaluated by the Planning Commission and then again by the City Council. So when those meetings get scheduled, we'll send out notifications again for the same type of notifications, the same breadth of notifications that we sent out for this meeting. And there will be an opportunity for those conversations and those comments in those meetings. The comment about the town square came up, and questions about why the applicant had not increased the size of the town square. The town square has actually changed from its original proposal, and it changed in two ways. First, it was originally part of phase 2, and the DRB said we think it needs to be part of phase 1 and it needs to be bigger. So the applicant did shift the timing of the town square, and in that shift also increase the size of the town square. However, we continue to hear from community members and from your DRB that that's an area that there's interest in increasing it further. So just kind of wanted to kind of clarify that there has been an increase from the original proposal.
Yeah, but barely.
Tyler's back.
You want me to? So maybe just add some elaboration to some of those items. The traffic study for this project will actually go up on the project webpage by the end of this week. So that'll be available to the public. That webpage is on all of the public noticing postcards. It's just basically, if you just Google San Rafael, Northgate Town Square, it should be one of the first things that pops up. So there's a technical studies on that webpage section. And so that traffic report, again, should be available by the end of this week. I think just to touch again on the environmental impact report process. So that's going to be going again, I think it's been mentioned more, at least a couple of times, going to planning commission and then city council at future meetings sometime in fall or winter. And breakdown of number of bedrooms, somebody asked, that is in the plan set in terms of the affordable housing project. I think one thing I want to mention is we are in the process of creating an FAQ for this project in terms of looking at a lot of the questions we've been receiving and providing responses in sort of one document. And so we do look to put that on the webpage, I would say hopefully by end of next week. So that's in the works. Let's see what else, how comments are being recorded. So all of your comments that you're providing verbally, those are available for someone to view, watch the recording. These recordings are recorded and put on YouTube as well as on the city's webpage. In terms of written comments, those are all part of the public record and are part of, if you go to San Rafael Design Review Board, it's in the packet. And so all of those are available for the public to see as well. Those are the questions that I can think of.
I would add that in the staff report under each of the residential, the staff report breaks down each of the residential components and it does identify the breakdown of unit types and sizes. So it might be easier than going into the plan set. That's another place to look. And it does also, somebody asked about how affordable is the affordable units, are the affordable units. For residential one, they would be an average of 45% of area median income. So just that as a touch point as well.
And sorry, one other item. I know somebody from the public wanted to speak, but I know the public, the time for public comment is closed. However, if you have follow-up questions or comments, you can email it. We have an email address specifically for this project. It's called northgatemall@cityofsanrafael.org. Again, northgatemall@cityofsanrafael.org. And so that's the place to email any sort of questions or comments for staff to follow up with you on.
Okay, at this time, we will start to discuss the projects. We're going to work on 2025 first. We're going to start at building 4 and we'll go down to building 1. And so building 4 is the first thing we're going to discuss. And yeah.
Are we doing building by building?
Yeah, we're going to go building by building. We're going to talk about 4 first. Member Blaney, do you have comments on building 4?
I have overall comments about the whole project, but I don't have anything specific for individual buildings, I guess.
Okay. Member Summers, have you got comments on building 4?
Is this the best way to go about it? Is this what staff would like us to do? Go building by building? And then wrap it up somehow?
Yeah, so the way we teed it up was the questions that are on page 16 for discussion points. You're not limited to the points brought up on 16, but they track with some of the comments from July 18th to follow up on them. And I do understand that there might be additional pieces to add to that. And then the questions that we asked for each of them. So that was our starting point to offer support and kind of where to kick it off, but it's at the discretion of the board.
Okay. Well, there's gonna just inherently be some spillover, but we'll work it the best we can, right? Okay. You want to start over?
Is it back to me then?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, to the architects, I'd like to apologize tonight for being 10, 15 minutes late. I'm so used to 7 o'clock and like having someone texted me. I'd like to start by saying I've been very critical of projects we've seen recently on height. This project's no different. I think it's just too big. I think it's too massive. I think the scale is all wrong. I do appreciate the fact that you started stepping down the buildings, getting closer to the streets. I think that's very wise. I like what you've done to the ridge lines and the eaves to try and break that up a little bit. I think that's all a really good start at that. I think you have more work to do. You know, these buildings, they get so close together on these sites and they're so big and they're so massive, the streets become the open space and the streets just aren't wide enough. They're minimum size to get the required traffic through there, but that's it. I'd like to see more open space, wider streets, more planting. Was one of the things here, the town square. I think the first thing I said last time at the last meeting, when I think that area should be doubled. My views haven't changed. I think it has to be doubled. You know, the town square is surrounded by 3 of the tallest buildings. That town square is going to be like living in a well or being in a well. I think that's unfortunate. I'd like to see these buildings terraced down to the town square also. I think that would help quite a bit. I don't know if it's possible. I know it's expensive to underground more of this parking and almost come up with a design or plan where there was a podium type parking garage where a lot of this parking can go in the ground and then park space put on top. Real grass, artificial grass. I mean, there's pros and cons to everything. The dog park was listed under here. I don't know. I think a dog park would kind of be a good idea. I'm not so sold on the rocks out in the turf areas. Okay, as far as building 4, that's all my comments.
And what about the plantings? And the plantings around building 4?
Oh, I have no problem with your planting pallets.
Okay. Member Summers, are you prepared?
More or less. First of all, thank you to the staff. I think you guys have done a great job. And I didn't appreciate the one comment tonight that someone was criticizing whose side you're on. You're the staff, you process applications. You're not on anybody's side. You're doing your job and we appreciate that. So that being said, also to the architect, I mean, this is like practice. I'm an architect. This is like an impossible task as far as I'm concerned. So I think you guys have done an incredible job. Again, your presentation is to me somewhat awe-inspiring. So you were dealt this card on numbers of units and buildings and density, and given the program you were given, architects, I think you did a fantastic job because you were told, hey, we need this many units, we need these sizes, and you've designed these buildings. There's a lot of word about articulation, you know, should things be more articulated, should they not be? I think these buildings are incredibly well articulated for their scale. I think their scale is entirely too large. It's not something we are privy to talk about. So given the task at hand, which was to take these large buildings and make them look as good and articulated as you could, you know, are there some tweaks? Sure, but I think you did a pretty darn good job. So building 4 specifically, there are areas where the upper floors are held back and there's some relief. There's some corners that look a little taller and bigger, maybe intentionally. There could be an opportunity to pull some of those upper floors back a little bit. I know we're fighting, there's this push-pull on number of units, but I think I'd ask you to just take a look and see if that's feasible. I think the material palette of building 4 looks pretty rich. The material pattern, palette of all the buildings looks really rich. If we want to nod back all the way to one, just to circle back, I know we're going to talk about it later. I think maybe some of the colors and richness of building one could maybe borrow a little more from some of these other buildings, and it might just be color. I know it just looks a little more homogenized, for lack of a better term. Building one does. Sorry, I'm out of order. So, it's a mixed use looking building. It is like what we see in Walnut Creek, Emeryville. And maybe that's speaking to the public. One of the hardest things. I've been here 55 years. I've been here all my whole life. I'm starting to see things change on the West End that I'm having a hard time swallowing. 7, 8-story buildings on 4th Street. Talk about inappropriate. However, life's changing. I'm starting to accept that things are changing. There's a need. Maybe this building, I'm hoping it does what they say downtown and reinvigorates downtown. I hope that this reinvigorates this area. It does seem like the logical site for higher density housing and close to transit, close to the freeway. So it makes some degree of sense. So that's just speaking to that kind of really emotional thing. It's really hard for us old timers here in Sangerville to see things change, you know? So, okay, those are I'm just gonna, as far as building 4 goes, colors are rich. The fenestration I like, maybe a little tall in a couple elements. I think you did a good job breaking up the lower level and defining it with the commercial. I think at the park, I don't think it necessarily needs to step back as much. And then back to the park, I mean, yeah, we'll talk about that later. It needs to get a lot bigger. The grayer portions of the building, maybe, I don't know if they need to be darker or not. All right, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Member election.
Okay. All right, we'll try and figure this out. Yeah, I know that everybody has talked about the size of the town square, and to me, that's a deal breaker. It has to get bigger just for this number of people and the density. A number of people mentioned what we talked about last time about the synthetic turf and faux natural features. I'm still concerned, as I expressed in July, that we're creating a heat island, and anything we can do to mitigate that. I think in one of the public letters that we received, there were some really good comments about the types of trees that provide bigger canopies and how that sort of heat effect could be mitigated. But with climate change, we're going to be at 110 degrees in Terra Linda, and not that to future, unfortunately. So we have to consider that. And that also sort of dovetails with the comment here: add additional awnings and other shade options to make space more usable year round. And I think maybe somebody was thinking of rain, but I think that's with the sun too. So in the whole, there are a lot of open spaces, but a lot of them are almost too open.
So, sorry, I do want to jump in. I
yeah.
just want to make sure we're trying to focus on the residential buildings.
Building 4.
Oh, I thought we were also commenting.
No, we don't want to rehash what we've done from last meeting. I think
Okay.
we want to focus on.
That
Sorry,
sounds
sorry to
good.
interject.
One thing I just wanted to mention that I think staff could address later is this idea, which was brought up 4 times tonight, about phase 1 being approved and phase 2 waiting to really see what happens. I'm curious about that too, so we'll table that. So my only comment, well, in general, I think the project looks great, and I really like, given all the limitations and the things we can't comment on, I think that the fact that there is good variety in, the heights and, in colors and materials is great. I like the wood grain being brought in to try and provide some sort of a natural, calming effect. The only comment I have on residential 4 is one of the speakers tonight mentioned, and I was thinking about it too, it's very right angles. It's very rectilinear. And I feel like some curves, whether that's in pathways, but also in the architecture. And I'm looking at the base of residential 4, and it's basically a layer cake of sandstone-like material with grays on top of it. And I wonder if there's a way, to bring some of that more of the warmer color up a little bit in certain areas, so it's not so much like two layers there, or also mitigate some of the angles with some curves. So that would be the only comment I have there. I do like the addition of some of the gables, you know, on this building. So I think I'll stop there until we get to
Okay.
the next one.
Member Reggie, do you have comments about building 4?
Yeah, I have some overall comments as well. So thank you again to staff, as many have said, and to the applicant for all the work that's been done so far. It obviously shows in the material we've been given. This is such an exciting opportunity at this scale for redevelopment of Northgate as a TOD, that I'm really excited about the vibrant mix of uses that's needed to activate this space. However, I remain deeply concerned with the residential distribution of affordable units in phase 1. This idea of everything all in one building is something I just cannot get over as an acceptable idea or as a successful idea. And I know that's not what we're commenting on today, but we'll get into the materials of that project. I think also the challenge we have is in a single meeting to review the scale and, you know, this amount of buildings with meaningful architectural DRB comments is really challenging, because typically we do maybe 1 or 2 buildings a meeting with very limited or more limited public comment. So I'm struggling to find the most meaningful comments, but there are buildings of this size, a lot of comments to be made. I would echo some of the comments about, you know, the size of this project is way too big for the site. So it's like we're trying to resolve minor details, but it's unresolvable contextually at this size, architecturally to resolve in my mind. So I'm struggling to find comments that are within the confines of the items we're being asked to talk about that would have a meaningful impact. So with that said, I'll move to building 4. So the gables for me don't work at all, especially when they're on top of a 7-story building. I think the idea of an arch or a roof that has something other than a linear line is positive, but I'd like to see, if you're going to add that kind of roof line, that it comes down the building to provide more of a scalable element. So somewhere in that type 1 podium could have some of those angled lines to really bring a varied experience along specifically the view from the town square, where I think we heard about the sandstone kind of base. It's very monotonous on that side. And I think that gable on the corner is just at this scale really, in my mind, almost disrespectful to the neighboring Eichlers. So that one really bothers me. I think for the palette, you know, each of the buildings has a slight variation, but I find that there's not enough variation across the development to be really interesting. It looks like one designer did all of the buildings. And I think in some ways that's desirable, but because the building types are so different, I think there should be added materials, and materials specifically like the tile or, you know, things with units that have scaled elements. Stucco is very solid, right? It's like paint. I mean, you can put score lines in it, you can do articulation, but it's just endless. You can put it over anything. And I think when I look at elevations like this with punched windows and a lot of stucco, there is no scaling element. So adding some materials with scale focused on the lower portions of the building where the pedestrian experience will interact with that kind of articulation is something that I'd like to see on building 4 and the other buildings. There's a question about, is there enough variation in articulation along Los Ranchitos? I focus on that lower podium. I would say no. That addition of, you know, maybe more varied gable type elements or that scaled material, I think would help with that. And then in terms of all of the paving surrounding the project, we talked about Heat Island and like the town square. I mean, if this is all asphalt, the town square is going to be a relief from the Heat Island created by all the roads and parking. So I think there were several comments from the public about permeable paving or other paving types being incorporated into the project. And I think we should make that a requirement for almost all the areas in the project that are seen as outdoor space to really limit that Heat Island effect throughout the project. I liked the other comment that someone made. I was having the same thought about the environmental goals of the project and the shading. I can't tell, and again, we're looking at a lot of buildings in one meeting, if they have been considered by orientation, but I think that's something that could have a deeper dive. we see that 3D view of all of the buildings, it's disappointing with the goals in Marin to not see that covered in renewable energy. And I know it's all by code required to be capable to be covered in renewable energy, but to have so little of it be part of this project, I think is a huge missed opportunity, especially with all of the carbon emissions, that will be put out to put this project into action. I think that's all for building 4.
All right. I echo many of the comments of my committee members. On building 4, I think it's too dark. This dark gray looks black. It's gonna radiate heat in the summer. And I think also the articulation between the ground, it just seems like it hits the ground very heavy. There needs to be some stepping back. There needs to be something to make an urban scale to the thing. It's a huge, tall building and it comes down flat. I think the shading should absolutely be involved here. I'm sure you've thought about it. It's time to put them into the drawings. And I'm not sure brick is right here. Like I would put the brick on the townhouses. Would you put brick on a 7-story building? I don't know. I do think there needs to be more different and varied colors. This very dark gray. I know we ask you for earth tones, but there's more available than what you've got here. And I think each of the buildings can look different. They don't have to all look exactly the same. They're going to be enormous. And there would be a good way to articulate where we are. I think that the landscaping in the images here is not thought about yet. So I think we need to hear about what your landscaping is, because all I see is grass now and some trees. So there's got to be more around building. I'm looking at your drawing, building 4, number 21, residential 4. I see only grass. Huh? It's not a question. I'm just letting you know. I would like to see more varied and interesting landscape, drought resistant, and nothing artificial. All right. If we have nothing more about building 4, we can move to building 3. Sarah, would you like to start in building 3?
Sure. So same comment about, the comment to add more materials, like Sharon just said, in the palette overall, whether it's materials and colors, I think applies to this project or to building 3. There is a lot of darkness kind of at the base, which I appreciate up to a certain point. I feel like it creeps up past that podium kind of level a lot on this project or on this building. And so I'm having a hard time with that. I'd like to see that maybe be more varied in how the darkness is up the building, right? If it's all the way to level 5 on one elevation, maybe it's down to level 3 on another, so that dark line is less consistent and provides more articulation. And then let's see, the long walls. On the corner, we heard about the buildings across the street. I'm questioning whether that roof deck on the top of the lobby is going to be peering into any private spaces that are at adjacent properties. You may have a view in here that shows me that. I couldn't find it, but I feel like I like the idea of it. You see people up on a roof when you drive up to the entry, but I feel like being respectful of those neighbors, that might not be the best location for that active roof deck. We talked about how if you spin it around to more of the cemetery side, there's less neighbors. So maybe it's more shielded on the more residential side and faces is more active, maybe more, lively facing the cemetery side. Sorry, I'm looking for one more elevation I just had earlier. So on the elevation that we were just talking about along the cemetery side, there is variation vertically, but not horizontally. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to add not just trim, but some additional stepping of the building on that side. I guess, is that the east side? We have nice, like, between the dark gray, the black, and the cream or the gray, it feels like there's vertical articulation, but there's nothing, giving it that horizontal stripe. So I think what's also being seen as a very tall building is being emphasized by that lack of articulation horizontally. And I suggest it tie into the shading comment and be, again, closer to the pedestrian scale to add that variety for folks walking along there. I think the iron ore color is, it's black. It should be dialed back to maybe more of a pewter or something a little bit less black. It's just, there are residential spaces with their balconies and outdoor space right there. And it feels like that's going to be pretty intense, especially I think those are facing, oh no, this is the northeast corner, regardless of orientation. Okay, that's it for building 3.
Okay, member election, building 3.
I won't be redundant. I agree with most of what has just been said, and that sort of hit most of my points. But I will say that I feel like that this is a major corner on Northgate, I think, right, Northgate and Los Ranchitos, and the whole corner where the lobby is feels like it's not very interesting. It just sort of fades away. It feels like that somehow we can make that corner have a little more presence. And I don't know if it's, changing the rectangular shape somehow, or, incorporating, more windows or something to make it a little bit more of an entrance into the development. But I think I'll stop there because I agree with what has been said so far.
All right, member Summers.
Yeah, just to make things interesting. I like the corner. I think the corner, I don't know, it reads well to me with the low horizontal roofs that say lobby. I appreciate that roof deck comment because I didn't
Oh, sorry, is your mic on?
sorry. Now I got to repeat myself. I kind of like the corner. Maybe it needs to be tuned up a little bit with materials or not. I like the concept of it, I guess is what I'm saying. So maybe with some material choices, it could maybe speak a little louder. The roof deck, I didn't dawn on me that that privacy concern of across the street to Alma Via or that corner. Of course, it's really neat seeing people up there, but in reverse, maybe it's not great for the occupants close by feeling infringed upon. So I don't know if it could be pulled back a little bit so we can change sight lines. If we really want the roof deck there, we could still, I'm sure there's architectural treatments that can be used to respect the privacy. So privacy, that's a big one, and we should analyze it if it hasn't already been done. So the opposite corner, which is taller, which actually enters into the center, just about materials, it's that big white kind of homogeneous looking corner that if you could take some of the materials that you've already brought up taller around the building closer to the north gate drive side, that might help that corner, and just so there isn't so much of this kind of cream colored stucco, that could help tune that that part up, in my opinion. And then as you head down into the center, it seems like, at least from the rendering we have here, it suffers from the same thing. It just starts to become really monotonous and just too homogenized. I would use that word again. So introducing some of the palette you've already have there and just pulling it over, pulling it up in some cases with a fascia like you've got there, I think could really, visually break that very tall elevation up. If there's some opportunity, again, to not beat a dead horse, to step some forms back a little more, that would be great. And maybe that's a combination of that change in material as well. Otherwise, I don't have anything else specific. I do appreciate, you know, whether people think it was successful or not. I do appreciate this real effort that the architect pointed out on how the building does step dramatically from Northgate Drive, and it really pulls in before it goes up. I think that is definitely in the spirit of trying to create some more pedestrian massing. So if any of those techniques can roll around the corner, that would be I don't know about required, but I think I'd, you know, suggest you look at it.
All right. Member Blaney?
I don't have a whole lot to add. I agree with everything that's been said. Going back to massing and scaling, you know, that building comes out to a point directly behind the sidewalk, and there's another opportunity to set those buildings back to open up a bigger entry. That's the only thing I would have to offer on the building itself. But it just seems so pinched in the entry. That's what I'm being affected by.
All right.
I
my
have one,
comments-
sorry, Sharon, I have one more comment.
Okay.
I think one of the members of the public talked about due to kind of the adjacencies, that it would be nice to have retail at the base of building 3. And I wonder if that's something that could be considered. Whether it's a restaurant or an art gallery or a lobby with access, something that could be an amenity on this side, I think would be of high value.
Okay. My comments on building 3, I echo what my members have said. I think that this roof deck, where it would be great, would be overlooking the town square. That's where you'd want to see something. Here, you're kind of peering into people's homes. So I think it's a great idea and misplaced, this roof deck. I think the building needs more articulation and more pushing and pulling. If you look at the one, the upper left and 18, it goes straight up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories with one material, and it just hits the ground. There's no base, there's no articulation, there's very little relief, and there's not much of a pedestrian scale. There's not, you know, at the entry, I think you made a real effort, and I appreciate that, of lowering the scale and having a pedestrian scaled thing. I don't see that on the other sides. And I don't like the black at all. It'll be a crazy heat sink. And all right, I think that's my comments. I agree with what everyone else has said. I'm not going to repeat them. If there are no more comments on building 3, we'll move to building 2.
Chair Kowalski, can I make a recommendation on the comments when it's kind of difficult when I'm hearing, I agree with all the comments, and some of the comments are in supportive and some of them are not in supportive. So it would be helpful to like specify which comments specifically you're agreeing with, so that we're kind of tracking the consensus items.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so I think I tracked the ones for residential 3 and residential 4, but it would just
Okay,
be
we'll do
helpful.
better for
Thank you.
residential 2. All right. I don't want to call on someone. Does someone want to go first for residential 2?
I'll start.
Okay.
So I'll keep it easy. I like them. I think they look like what they are. They're residential townhomes. I've seen much poorer attempts at townhomes. I can see the nod to with the low roof pitches to some of the surrounding areas. Again, echoing just everything else. I mean, could the 3rd story be, you know, pulled in a little bit? However, you know, maybe I'm reacting to such large buildings all around them. I do think they're successfully designed. 36 feet, they meet the standards. If this came to us by itself, maybe I should just look at it this way. If these townhomes came to us by themselves as a townhouse project and they do meet the development standards and you have a rich palette of materials, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't sit around and pick them apart. So I'm not going to do it right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go next. This is also my favorite of the building, and it's probably because it's only 3 stories. But I agree with Stuart just said that the scale and the massing for me is the best of all of the buildings.
All right, thank you. Member Alexin?
I really love these. I think they're great. And I was trying to like see what against, oh, sorry, I turned it up. I really love these. And I think one of the things that I think makes it so successful is there's more use of the Trespa. And just, you know, like we were talking on how to articulate some of those big monotonous walls on the other buildings, maybe it's more use of that because it really works for me here. I guess if, you know, you're optimizing square footage, some of these in the rendering seem to come really, really close to the sidewalk and there's no buffer. I don't know if there's any opportunity to rotate any of them so that there's a little setback, especially on the corners, but that may not be possible, I understand, based upon, you know, the puzzle pieces you're trying to fit together. The one thing we were asked to comment on, I just want to make sure we don't forget, I really do think we need to see a solution to the back of the cinema that faces the townhouses that incorporates either a green wall or recess, you know, some sort of articulated niches that have green elements, because I think that's going to be a pretty imposing wall opposite the windows of a lot of these townhouses. Okay.
Member Reggie?
Yeah, I agree. I liked the idea of a green wall, or I think the buildings, the cinema and these are not that different in height. So it is really a neighbor. It's not, I don't feel like it's something imposing on these, but I think some green wall elements or something on that to really, you know, dress it up would be nice to see for the project, for this project. Can I see the color board? Do we have a color board for this project? I feel like all three of the colors are nice, but they're all very, very similar. So in the print, I'd like to just see what they look like. Okay, where is it? Where's the truck?
It's those.
We're on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, so they are.
they're more different.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, they are more different in person. I think the black fox is pretty black, but okay. On the elevation on page 16, where there's like a double gabled roof, I think that lower gable element is, you know, something we were mentioning for the other building. I think that's a good example of where that's successful. On the section on page, let's see. The building section on page RE 21. Two of the buildings are on raised footprints, like the two center buildings. And it's maybe a minor point because they're clustered in the middle, but I feel like anywhere we can get less height is something we've heard consistently. So if we can consider putting those back at grade, that would seem to make sense. And I think that is all I have for this one. I agree that it's the most successful, probably because of the appropriate scale.
Yeah. All right, my comments on residential 2. I also think this is the most successful one. On the plan, I don't like how it meets the back of the cinema. And I wonder, I'm on page 15. I wonder if the units that are facing the back of that cinema, can they get flipped and they face the inner, I mean, so these people have no view. They have nothing. So I think it might be something to look at, is to flip the ones that are facing the cinema, the back of the cinema, which is a blank wall. And consider maybe putting it on the inside. I think that these materials are more successful. I could use a little bit of color or a little bit of trim or something with a little bit of pop. It doesn't have to all be so dark. I have the same comment about the landscaping that I had on the other buildings, that your renderings show only grass. So we need more definition, articulation. We need to see the solar shading. We need to see, that's what we need to see. Okay, that is my comments for number 2. And now we're going to move to building number 1. And what we're charged with is making sure these materials are equal to the materials of 2 and 3. Wait, equal is not the right word. Comparable.
So you're looking for volunteers again?
I am
also
looking for
first.
volunteers.
So I've gone from my favorite to probably my least favorite. There's nothing real exciting for me. I don't know how to direct you. I mean, you guys have shown you can do great jobs on these other buildings, but this one is just lacking for me. And I may have missed at the last meeting. I may have missed the whole thing about the affordable housing all being in one building.
Yeah, we had asked for it not to be, but it is now.
Oh, so it was or was not before? Because I missed that.
It was because the drawings we're looking at tonight are the same as what they presented before.
Okay, I missed that. I think it's unfortunate that one building has been singled out to be affordable housing, if there is affordable housing in Marin County. But I guess that's where it's at. So other than that, I mean, I really don't have any comments. I'd like to see it varied, or I don't want to say articulated because it is articulated, but maybe it's materials or something. It doesn't resonate with me personally. I'm sorry, I'm not giving any very good comments back.
Yeah, I believe part of the reason of, I mean, it's just a policy decision and needs of your business plan, and probably bringing a partner in to manage this or build this portion of it. I'm not sure, but I think I heard you say that, that if the affordable housing component was, so I do understand there's reasons behind it. One things I do like about the building before we want to just say I don't like it or pick on it. I like how you held it off of Northgate Drive. I like how it offered that relief from some of the adjacent uses. And, I wish I would have seen a little bit of more of that actually in some of the other buildings, which are kind of pressed right up against the streets. So I think that to me was actually successful. I think, the forms largely are trying to give a nod to everything else you've done. And I'm wondering in my head again, if it's just that there's a richness in some of the colors, say in building 3 that you've used in some spots, that if we could introduce another material into this building, or whether it's a color or a material, just if you played around with bringing some of those elements you did on the facades of building 3 and introduced a few of those into this building, I think that would actually go a long way in my mind. So color can do a lot. You've articulated the building up and down. You've broke it into different components, which is what we're always asking people to do. You've undulated it, maybe a little more undulation on the one real flat side. The side that you've labeled, you didn't label it, but on page 14, the rendering at the bottom, which shows, I don't know what street it shows from. The right side of that building looks like it's with the balconies, really feels like it's got a lot going on. When your eye tracks to the left part where you've got the more cream colored stucco on the score lines, it seems like that's really flat and really tall, and maybe some of the things you've already done on the building over on the other side could be implemented over there. So other than that, I think some of the comments we've made on the other buildings actually apply here. And I'd like to see maybe some more color might get us there.
Sorry, Member Summers, just to clarify, so on the image up here, the top left is the northwest corner. That's the side you're talking about that could use some more.
Definitely that side. I'm on page 14. I don't know what page that is.
Okay, yeah, got it. North elevation.
Yeah. Like, for instance, if you look at the lower right, it's got a lot more going on. I think the upper right elevation, the one with the car, okay, that's the one I'm staring at. The right side, like to the right of the car, there's a heck of a lot more going on with treatments on the building than in front of that car on the left side. So I think that they've already got the palette sort of there in terms of maybe some forms. And then I think some other colors would help a lot too. If that's helpful. Other than that, and I do like the public area out front.
All right, good. Member election.
I think what would really help is you use, it's very cool. And I think using maybe the warmer Trespa could really help. Also, not only the corner that Stuart was just talking about, but I'm looking at the southeast corner. All of a sudden, all the Trespa's on one side and then it's all stucco on the other. So, you know, to vary it and give it as much love as you gave the other side would be really good and help warm it up a little bit. I think the reason I was feeling a little bit down when I saw this, it doesn't have the warmth. And I think we have to be careful. I you know, maybe disagree a little bit with some of what's been said about color. This is an all neutral palette and I don't see pop colors being added personally, but I think that in the palette of neutrals, where you bring in color is some of the warmth of the wood grains, for example, or the warmth of the sandstone type of, I think it was a tile. So I think we have to be careful if we're advising you to use color because there's no color in this. And I think that sort of change a little bit might look weird, but I think it's about the variation and the warmth. And but I think other than that, you really did sort of make it consistent and feel just as upscale as the other buildings. You know, the one other comment too, I'm a little bit conflicted about the black. I know there were a couple of comments about, you know, not liking the black. It could be hot. I understand that, but I do think some depth of color for the contrast is really required. So whether it's a dark charcoal instead of a black, I wouldn't want to see it all become monotonous, but you know, that's just a comment on the I personally like it, but I can understand that it might be severe for some people. So that's all.
Okay, Member Reggie.
So yeah, I have, you know, programmatically some real issues with this project, or with this building. I think it's just a real challenge to think about the aesthetics when the program is the real problem. I would like to say that because this is the only building with the CMU and we talked about it being only on the base, that we make it a requirement not to go above that base level, just so it can't creep up to some of these tower elements. I think there's an opportunity in the siting of this building because Northgate is higher and the building is recessed a little bit, and we heard concerns from adjacencies about the height to look at if the actual finished floor elevation of this building can be even lower, maybe another half a floor lower to help mitigate this, you know, giant building in this corner. Architecturally, in terms of articulation, I agree with the comments that have been made about making the north side more similar to the other side in terms of variety and not having you know, so much of the white flour cement plaster on that backside. And then one thing I didn't hear was the green screen. It seems like that's going to be a challenge to actually be green with plants that are, you know, kind of under shade in these parking garages. You usually don't see those be very successful. So I like the idea of green. I'm not a landscape architect, so I can't say if that would be, you know, a challenge, but I think also the plants don't seem to hit the ground. So I'm not sure where their soil is. Maybe it's on the inside, but to just make sure there's a working strategy for those to really live up to that green screen ambition in their execution.
Okay, so my comments are, you're complete. My comments are similar to my co-members. I do think that you've been more successful in one area of the building than the other, and to bring the design ideas through the whole building. I think the screening of that parking structure, you've got to have more ideas than a green screen. I think, there are some very nice panels or something. You've got to do something there. This is going to be the front door of these people's homes. And it deserves some design attention. I feel it's also too dark, and I don't mind having some color in. The lobby, to me, I'm on page 14, bottom image. I can't even see the lobby. So the lobby, I'm not sure that it's well placed. And if you're going to be trying to bury the parking under the building, it's high on the round side by Northgate. So you're building up on the opposite side. That would, to me, be economical and make sense. A way to hide some of that parking. It could be under this park. You're building it up anyway. Well, you're putting parking on the ground floor and then you're building housing above it. Okay, so you're building above parking, yes. So the opportunity is perhaps lost here because the high side you're not using. It could hide under this street. So it's just a comment, like, is that the best way to use this site if you're trying to get rid of some of the vision of all that parking?
I'm not arguing. I just want to understand the site itself.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You know what? My comments come up and then we can discuss later. We'll go in the proper process.
Yeah, I think if we let him
Yeah.
open, then we have to reopen the public meeting.
Well,
Right.
wait a second.
Not
So,
necessary. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, so it's been our typical practice, and we've been doing this for other projects at the end of all of the comments to allow the applicant to either
Okay,
comment or
well,
ask clarifying questions. So yeah, so just want to make
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh, and sorry, City Attorney, also want to let you all know that if at any time any of you want to ask a question of the applicant, you're more than welcome to do so.
okay. Yeah, I think the lobby needs to be better articulated. I think that, I can't see it, so it's hidden. I think there's not enough open space. I saw that you guys said it's 100 square feet per apartment or whatever. I went and looked at this in specific, and it seems very small. So I'm not sure. And one of the public deck that you have on one floor up above actually faces people's apartments. Like, I don't remember what floor it's on. So anyway, I think this building, it needs more work. Some of it is more successful than others. The CMU doesn't work for me at all, and I still like color. I have the same comments. This one actually is better in terms of landscaping because you've got those places for people to grow vegetables and all those other things, but pretty much your renderings show grass. And I think you're doing yourself a disservice in presenting it that way. I'm sure there's more thought in it than that. So please show us. All right, I think that is the comments for the buildings. Now we're going to talk about, should we take a break? Does anyone need a break? No, let's get through it. Okay. I asked staff, should we come to some consensus on the buildings and then we'll talk about the site plan?
I think it would be helpful for the three of us to kind of compare notes and make sure that we're aligned in terms of the consensus items. So a break would be helpful to be
Okay.
able to allow us to do that.
5-minute break. It's 9:51. We'll be back at 9:56.
You finally came to your senses.
It's 9:56. We'll come back.
I'm allowed two more. Oh. With an actual person? Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think- You would think so.
All right, is staff ready? So I think what we would like to do is go through 5 and 6 and then allow us for a break to kind of continue the consensus items. There's 4 different residential items that we're trying to kind of work through still. So I think it would be helpful for you to kind of go through the residential 5 and 6 at this point. That was not our agreement.
Wait, go through what? I couldn't hear you.
She'd like us to talk about 5 and 6.
Oh, geez. That's good. That's good.
Chair Kowalski, I think at the last meeting, the recommendation or the vote was to continue this to the entire residential
All right,
review
fine.
at this.
We're on it.
Okay.
Residential 5, who'd like to go first? Yeah, it's the bottom, back of the booklet.
I can go first.
What's it?
I can go first.
Okay, Sarah.
Can I see the color board? I want to look at Belden Brick. It's the first project or we've seen on, or it's the first time we've seen the material, I think.
No, we've seen it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I wonder if you prop it up there, if we could all see it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Which one is the Belden brick?
The reason I was starting with that one is the corner where it's, I think, dominated by Belden brick. Let's see. I am on page 23, the big white corner. I like the use of a bright material. I especially like that it has some scaling elements if it's a brick. What I feel like this corner is missing is a bottom articulation where you see that coffee time or kind of these canopies. There needs to be a more continuous element that is not light to provide some, breakup of this big white block. I think the same maybe for the top, the piece that's the darker redwood behind it has more variation. And so it's really standing out that this is just, not articulated horizontally at the bottom or the top. So I think on that corner in particular, I'd want to ask for some, whether it's shading or articulation that wraps the corner to break up that mass. I like the idea of having a little bit more colors in this project. I think to Michael's point, the blue plaster that you have some, colors that are a little bit less, more variety to the palette is nice. So I think that's good. I think its use is pretty limited. It seems like it's in the alcove. So that's a nice way to add color without it being dominating the scheme. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand how you access this building because Northgate is again higher, so it's kind of wrapped up in the corner. But I think the idea of it being down a level is kind of what I was looking for on building 1. So I like that concept that you're using the grade to, overall lower the build or the impact of the building height. And then same comment about the black that we've made on other projects. I think it'd be nice to see that not so black. But this project or this building in particular seems to have enough overall volume or articulation. At least for me, it's just that white corner that's I feel like needs some additional elements.
Okay. You ready?
So I echo Sarah's comment about the white building, just something to make the lower floor a little more interesting. But one other comment I have is, get the right page. I'm looking at RE 80 where it's residential 5 northeast corner. it seems like the plan that you have for the front doesn't really apply to the northeast corner, it just becomes very blocky. Again, I wonder if there's a different way to apply the variation in materials, just to make it a little more consistent with the retail sort of front side of the building. There's just these large white blocks in a row. But I do like the variety in the retail side. So I think that is it.
All right. Stuart, are you ready?
Yeah, I think I'd pretty much echo what Michael just said, that one side's pretty, again, I'll use the words homogeneous. This building successful, I think down on the retail side, and there's a lot going on. That's as we turn the corner with it, speaking to the four-sided nature of your architecture, it seems to fall apart a little bit on the upper, I don't know which direction it is. They moved it. So I would concur with Michael's comments. I do like the forms on the I don't know. Again, these aren't labeled, so it's hard for me. I don't know the direction. So
Sorry, so the bottom image here is the north elevation. I'm thinking of both your
I'm not even on the same page as you. I'm on 23 like these guys.
23.
I think you understand what we're saying. So I don't think you need to go dig for it.
I have nothing to add to the previous comments.
All right. I echo the comments about the white building. I think that the most successful thing about this is the introduction of the retail. And I think it's going to help. I think having the square there and having the retail is essential, and it would be lovely to have it all surrounding the square. This green stripe through the middle there as an amenity, it'll be a dark, sunless place with a pool. So I think some thought needs to be put into that. And I think the building needs to look similar on all the faces. So it's not, the facing of Las Galinas looks much different than the facing towards any of the other sides. So bring in more of the, I think you still, same like all the other buildings, more color and more articulation in it. To me, it looks like one of those pop-up ski towns when you look at it from Las Galinas. So it doesn't have the residential feel that you've got on the other side. And the amenities need to be worked on, and the landscaping as well, but this is so far in the future, it's hard to but yeah, on 23 at the bottom, that's your most effective elevation, and then the other sides are not good. All right, that's building 5. Let's look at building 6.
Through the chair, can I ask staff a question?
Yeah.
So we're looking at design review elements for a building that may not get constructed for 15 years.
Yeah.
And how long does the entitlement last? Because I know design review entitlements expire. So as we go through and look at design elements of this building, and as the public pointed out, and we all know, needs and things could change. If we approve a design tonight of this building and the building changes 14 years from now before they're going to have to come back through design review for a different concept, correct? So I'm just curious, what are we approving, or what do we recommend? What's the town going to approve here for something that's 15 years away?
So some of the timing would be included in the development agreement, which is something that the applicant has asked. There would be parameters of significant changes wouldn't require additional review. So there'll be some minor modifications to the.
The devil's in the
design.
details.
Yeah.
What's the definition of significant changes, or the definition of minor changes? That has to be like really clear. I mean, because there's different needs, different people living here. Maybe the people who live in phase 1 are going to want to have something to say about it. Who knows?
I think so typically with the design review approvals that go through the planning, through a process. We do add a condition of approval that says significant changes as determined by the community development director or by community development department. And I mean, we do, there is a little bit of discretion there if they're changing something. Like we've known what's been talked about during this meeting and we kind of identify those in the conditions of approval. You know, and if it's something that the design review board at some point in time said, you know, for example, deeper colors or, you know, change in the horizontal articulation, and that changes in the future, then we would say, well, that was kind of something that was called out as important. So we would want to bring that back to the design review board.
Okay, thank you.
Now I have a quick question.
Sure.
Just curious, would there be an HOA involved in any of these buildings?
That would be up to the applicant. We don't think that, I mean, I guess the condominium might, the townhome units might have some sort of an HOA, but that's really a question for the applicant.
Okay. Have we gone through all the buildings now? Six. Let's do six.
I'm happy to jump in on
All right, member election, start six.
All right, this is my least favorite, and it's sort of like the grand entrance. I feel like it's just all white with sort of a pancake of this gray brown. And I wish it could have some of the warmth that you brought to the townhouses. And again, you know, it's so far in the future, but it feels like perhaps, you know, maybe the materials board on this one, Jeff, if possible, just. Is it on that same board?
Yeah, they're divided.
Oh, I couldn't see it.
Yeah, it's the right side. There's not too much on six.
Okay.
which I
Well,
think-
there's a little more differentiation than what it looks like in the rendering, but I was wondering if the cement plaster and the Natura Travertino needed to be a little bit more different somehow, just to give it a little bit less like blockiness and imposing feeling. So, yeah.
That's it. All right, member Reggie.
Yeah, so I realized I was talking about building 6 when I talked about it being Northgate, and that was building 5. So, so on this project, I think I agree with the comments that have been made. That continuous horizontal stripe of the white and I'll call it dark gray, if that could be varied, I think that would help improve that cake or that kind of layering that's happening right now. Let's see, it's on page RE 94 on the bigger booklet. Again, I'm picking on the screening at what I think is the parking garage. In that rendering number 4, the southwest corner, there's actually like a little person that you have in there walking by it. And I think that represents my concern. This parking garage scale is just not have anything to do with the pedestrians walking by it. And I think the application of the screen only in the openings is just making it really awkward. So I think if there could be a more continuous horizontal treatment that's scaled for the pedestrian, that would help make that a more, I don't know, like a better view for people walking by it and a better feeling to the scale of the building, which is kind of imposing when you have that high first floor experience. And then I'll say it again, but on this building, I like how it's been tucked down to take advantage of the Northgate kind of drive going up past it. And yeah, I think it is, to maybe echo the other comments, a little bit more underdeveloped than some of the other buildings. And you can see that kind of in the more limited color palette. But yeah, that's about it.
All right, member Blaney.
Yeah, I kind of like this building. Maybe what would help, and maybe that's what some of the other board members are talking about, that first level might be better to go to a shade darker, something to give it some weight on the bottom of the building. But I like the trellis design you did at the top. I like the tower at the corner. That's about it. I like it.
All right, Member Summers.
Thank you. I agree with the horizontal some material introduction or something that just breaks up that layering like we just talked about. It's a little too much of one thing. It looks like a hotel. So it's like, when I first looked at it, I'm like, looking at the corner, I'm like, okay, nice hotel. So maybe that's what I'm reacting to a little bit. It's sort of got more of a hotel feel than a apartment feel, but I think we've seen a lot of architecture moving in that direction in these kinds of projects. Sarah was dead on by pointing out some of the experiences walking around the building. It definitely starts to as you walk around the parking garage areas, there's got to be something that's going to help the pedestrian feel like they're not just walking by some massive wall, whether that's with material, color, maybe some green screen, some relief. I think everything else has already been said.
All right, my comments on 6. Is this big glass awning, that's the entrance? I'm on page 25. I see a big glass awning. I can't find where the lobby is. Can you guys give me a page number where I can see that? And while you're looking for that, I think RE 95. Wait, yeah, I see it here, but I don't see it in the plan. RE 97. RE 97 cannot be the entrance.
No, that's the, I think it's RE 95 in the new book. This in the lobby.
RE 95. Yeah, I see it here and I'm just trying to figure out where is it? Like
In plan.
in plan. Yeah. Okay, so it's there on the corner. So it's right here by the tower. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's actually the prominent entry to the leasing office. So that's really the most, and you hit it right on now. The inspiration for this building is a hotel. So.
So the lobby entrance is not played up. I think it's in the corner under the tower. So I think it needs to have a pride of place and maybe be seen. And I agree. It's just, there's too much like cake going on here, too many levels, not enough articulation. And the shading will help a lot. You're going to get a lot of nice shadows when you guys put your solar shading on. And I think that this over this, what is it, a 7-story, 6-story atrium where you're bringing in for the leasing office. I think that's the appropriate place for an outdoor. You've put that in the right place. It's overlooking the main square. It's not looking into people's homes. So that's a good place for that. I have the same comments about the landscaping, and I feel like the parking garage needs something. Should there be retail there in front and then the parking behind, or something has to happen? It's 2 stories. People are walking by 2 stories. I think there's an ordinance in San Rafael about that. And I still think we need color. And those are my comments.
These 6 buildings. And then from the last one.
Should we take a continuance and then you guys pull together the consensus items and then we come back at another meeting and we go over the consensus items? No?
We would, ideally, we take a break and kind of, like I mentioned earlier, align with on the consensus items and then come back to you.
We just
with-
had a break 10 minutes ago.
Right, but we.
They need time to boil the consensus items down.
Oh,
We want to be able to give you items that are consensus items so that you can, we can share those with you and you can make
uh-huh.
sure that we have
How
those
much time
down.
do you think you need?
And will that be enough time
10
to,
minutes.
will that be enough time to boil down all the consensus items on these 6 buildings? Bring back the consensus items from the last meeting so we can wrap it all up in one package to give them items to respond to? Is that the goal?
Yes.
Okay,
That will need a motion.
correct. Yes, it will.
After that.
Then we'll take a notion, or we'll open it all back up and talk about it for 4 more hours, which we could do.
Okay, 10-minute break. It's 10:19. We'll be back at 10:29. I want to go home.
We could tell.
You came up with the video, right? It's a long way. Oh, when there's no traffic. Yeah, you know what? All right, time for you. Are you going there tonight?
I am. Go
It's funny because I use that iron ore color on projects quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I actually am like, I wish it wasn't so blue. Because when the sun hits it, it turns that like pewter color. Yeah, I like it, but I know, but I've used it and it's nice. It's a good color.
Is it more like the background? Gray color right here?
It's not that light, but it's when the sun hits it that it turns that nice pewter
Yeah.
color.
which is why I like it. And it doesn't have that funny magenta that you can sometimes get in like the black.
Yeah.
That's that. And I've used black box. I like black box when I want a black. What's that?
We picked all those companies who are than this paper.
I have like a set of colors.
Before we assign almost the same.
Yeah.
But then we understand that
Look through the comments to kind of pick the ones that seem to come up from multiple members. So we'll read through them. A couple of them we have some questions on because they came up and it sounded like maybe multiple people, but not clear. So starting with building 1, least favorite building of many of the board members. The north elevation is lacking variation. It's not 4-sided design, specifically on that north side of the building. Eliminate the CMU or limit it to just the base of the building. Warmer colors, tones, or materials. Question mark, more Trespa and less stucco came up, but I wasn't clear on whether that was a consensus or a single comment. And then the details of the green screen is really essential for that to be a successful treatment.
And I don't
along
think
the
the
base.
north is not the only problem, the whole building, the south, the other side of the north, the south also. In general, that the elevation needs work, not just the north end.
So the south and the north?
And the lobby doesn't have You can't find the lobby. It needs articulation.
So is that a consensus of,
Maybe we go through them one by one and have each member sort of.
No, I would read them all.
is the comments about the lobby a consensus of the board?
I agree.
I agree.
I'm fine.
Okay.
What-
Um,
Are you clear on what that comment is?
well, I have comments that the lobby is dark and not really a
Can't find it.
there.
Yeah.
There anything else with building one?
Going back to your comment, you didn't know if you had consensus about more trespass, less
Stucco.
stucco. I would agree with that. Cause I think that would liven it up a little.
Yeah. And I was gonna comment on that. I made the comment and I felt too that it could be the warmer. This building just felt so cold and I think that was a really sort of key thing of why it just felt sort of down. You know, it's the coolest of the Trespa colors.
You know, I'm worried about the methodology we're using right now. I think it might be better just to read through all the notes you have on all the comments and we'll just say, yes, it's consensus or no, but you guys have edited it down. And so some of our things that we are consensus, you might not have known. So I'm worried.
I think our hope was that we have tried to track where there are 3 in favor of something, and we put all of that into a
Right,
list.
and that's what worries me because the lobby comment got dropped. And so my preference would be this method isn't working. I worry, our comments, if you're interested in our comments, let's just read through them and we'll all just say if it's consensus or not. You can check them yes or no. Because otherwise it's an opinion of yours coming to us.
Alternatively, Sharon, if they have the list and we
Yeah.
feel something is missing, can we bring it up to add it to the
Yeah,
list? I
You
mean,
can, I just think that, I'm not at my best. My first meeting was 7 AM. And,
So the way the rules of the board dictate is that we read the consensus items and then you decide whether you agree with those. And if there's anything missing, you bring those up. And then we kind of cross-check. And if there's questions about certain items, like there are questions about certain items that came up, we're not sure whether we got consensus, we bring those up as well and seek input from you to
and
receive
my
consensus.
problem is only in this first piece, something was dropped. And so I don't know where we're going. And so. Just read through and we'll just say yes or no.
I think Sharon, maybe the reason that the lobby comment wasn't put on consensus is because you spoke last,
Oh,
right?
and
So there was one person who said
Yeah.
it.
right. And so that means that my comments will be diluted through this
Well-
analysis that you've done.
Not necessarily. I was just specific to that comment.
Well, but nobody will be able to, have a consensus with me because I was last.
If I read through them, can we just do?
let's do it.
Hands and get through the?
Yes, let's do it.
I was just trying to make this go quickly. Okay, residential 1, least favorite. I think, see, now I only have 2. Okay.
Well, that's not really an actionable item.
No,
I mean,
it's
that's
not
just like,
an actionable item,
why
but
don't,
we were
why don't we stick to things that we might want them to revise instead of just saying we don't like it? Sorry.
Lacks richness. 3. Okay, consider another material and or color. Look to building 3 for design inspiration.
I actually said 2.
Building 2, okay.
Which one is the townhouse?
The
Yeah,
townhouse
2.
2.
Yeah, townhouse.
Oh, that was Summer's comment, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might not have been consensus. I
Ah.
think I was reacting to the variation of materials and colors. So I think we covered that.
Okay. on page 14, the north side is really flat. I think we had already.
The north side and the side, the building in general.
Very cool palette, use warm Trespa. We already know that we have that. Yep. Warmth of wood, grain or tile, not just color to vary. We had already talked about that. Limit the CMU to the base or not at all.
I think I just said to limit it to the base.
Yeah, you said limit it to the base, and I believe the chair said eliminate CMU,
Okay.
so.
So the way you have it phrased allows for either.
So the way I had it phrased was eliminate CMU or limit to base. Okay. Green screens are a challenge, details are important to their success.
That's more of a recommendation.
Yeah. That we'll want to add, well, it could turn into a condition that the details we need, planting details prior, as part of the building permit to make sure that we're understanding things
Okay.
like the soil and the bring design ideas through the whole building. Need more than just green screens. Wait, yeah, that was,
Wait a second.
that's,
Yes, back that up.
I'll vote for that.
need more than just green screens
Right, there's to be other ideas for.
for treatment of that area.
like,
Okay, I got 3. Too dark. Just 1. Lobby is not well sited or designed. Not enough open space. CMU. I think that we got that. So everything that I made a check mark next to everything. Oh, I'm like, why am I going to residential 5? Because we didn't do them in order. So residential 2. This was everybody's favorite because of the scale and massing. There was one comment, let's see, consider more setback if possible along some of the corners where the townhomes were right up against the walkway.
And I also had a comment about landscape.
Need solution to the back of the cinema.
And in general, the landscape. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
reading through
okay.
them as
Okay.
they came out. Let's see. Consider eliminating the raised foundation of the 2 center units. Just 1. Consider flipping the units facing the cinema. 3. Like a little pop of color. That's just 1. And I think the overarching comment through most of these was more detail with the landscape palette.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's kind of overarching. Okay. Okay, residential 3. Add greater variation of material and colors. The darkness, that the darkness need to reconsider that dark black color. Just 2. Roof deck on top of the lobby needs to be reoriented.
Wait, sorry, reoriented or seek other potential means to screen it?
That's what I said.
You can add that.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be reoriented. However, if there are some architectural treatments that can be made to ensure the privacy of the residences across, particularly at Alma Via, there's ways to do it.
Okay. For the elevation along Los Ranchitos, the east elevation adds stepping or vertical orientation to or add horizontal break at the pedestrian level. Okay. I think we already did the style back iron color. We already did that, right? But it was not, there was not a, okay, consensus on that. Better treatment of the corner for more interest. And I think this was referring to the corner of Los Ranchitos and Northgate. Yeah. That's 3. At the corner at the Northgate Drive to reduce the amount of the cream stucco color.
Are we still on 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Break up the west elevation, consider a step back in the form. Black is heavy, roof deck. That's what I have. Does that seem? Did I miss something?
Well, I think it might be captured in some of the individual comments, but I think we talked about that the other elevations of the building don't look as articulated or interesting as the front where the lobby is. So however they achieve that interest is okay with me, but it could be by adding different color of materials
That
or
could be a general comment. I think almost all the buildings have some sides that are sad.
actually, I think you're right. Just maybe it is more general that like all the love goes into the front and then the back can be sort of monolithic here.
Okay. So I'll put that as kind of a holistic comment. Okay, residential 4. Pull some of the upper floors back. A lot of the comments in the beginning with this were positive, like, or the overarching comment about too big, too massive, but then it was like the step back on the streets, like the details. That's why I was kind of scanning and not saying anything.
We didn't get consensus on that last.
Well, we can consider pull back, not reducing units, but articulation or pull back on some of the upper levels. Was there a consensus on that?
Yeah.
Or no? Okay.
Warmer colors,
Yeah,
warmer colors, use of
Warmer
warmer
colors.
colors. Was that consensus?
Well, I had made the comment, I don't know if others agreed, that I didn't feel like the first 2 floors went with the top of the building. I felt like it was another layer cake sort of treatment.
yeah, very linear, bring warmer colors up to reduce the layer cake. I had kind of a question because it came up in different ways. Some people liked the gables, other people didn't like the gables.
Ask us a question.
Reconsider gables. Okay, I don't see a consensus on that.
It's like I don't hate them, but just since we're having discussion here. However, I wouldn't mind seeing an alternative and it's just hard for me to
Well,
visualize it.
Reggie, you had a very specific
Yeah, I
proposal.
agree.
Yeah, I feel like the location of the gable only at the top of a very large volume is what's awkward for me. So adding some gabled canopies or something lower and maybe integrating that with the layer cake comment to provide, I don't know, just a little bit more variation in the scaling that those are providing. They're like the only thing with any movement, right? Everything else is very linear.
So bringing some of those
Yeah.
down to the lower levels.
Yeah,
Got it. So even introduce some lower elements to
Yeah.
help it.
exactly.
Okay, agreed.
Yeah.
Right, because I wouldn't want to lose what makes the top sort of interesting, but I totally agree with what
Bring
you
some
said. Just
elements down.
make
Okay.
it look like it's just not stuck on the top.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too high. Yeah.
So did you get that?
And then I had that different variety of materials should be added because there's no scaling element, especially at the pedestrian level.
Did you get consensus on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got 3. This is where permeable paving came in, but it seems like that could be a holistic comment across.
Yep. Shading, solar, permeable, all that energy stuff.
I got too dark on this one too. Not a consensus. Shading. I had one comment about brick, not liking the use of brick on this one, that it's too heavy on a 7-story building.
Where's the
Am I the only one?
Yeah. We already talked about the color variation. And we have no artificial landscaping, which again is a holistic one, I think, across the board. Okay, so now we're on 5. On this one, there were, seemed to be consensus about treatment at that corner with the white brick and needing the base articulation. Is that only 2?
Yeah. No,
Oh, 3, okay. To break up that massing. Let's see. A comment about liking more colors, like that they use the blue or the kind of orangey color, but like the use of more color.
What color?
Only one, okay. Our sheet RE60 northeast corner becomes very blocky. So to look at that treatment. Seeing nods, yeah, okay. And was an overwhelming like of the retail, the success of adding the retail. There was a comment about reconsidering the outdoor common area layout because of shading.
Did you have consensus on that one?
Yep. I think that's,
Did we cover the, what was it, the garage level, making that more pedestrian scale with green screen or other?
I think that's 6.
Oh, okay.
So moving on to 6. Let's see, bringing more variety in the colors between the ivory plaster and the tile. The use of the horizontal stripe of white and gray makes it very layered, needs to have more variety to break those colors up. That the southwest corner is not pedestrian, does not have a good pedestrian scale. And that the screen openings at the screens in the openings reconsider for more continuous detail at the pedestrian level. I think that was
About the
it.
lobby. The entrance.
I'm sorry, I thought that there was a
On
light
6.
for the,
Nope, that's on 6. I couldn't tell where the lobby was. The leasing office has a big multi-story thing and the,
Right, so doing something to make it clear that that's a lobby.
is that a consensus?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that would
okay.
help.
Okay, and then in general, with some of the discussion we had previously, so an overall comment that the project massing is too big. Just that was a kind of a unanimous across the board. Make the town square larger.
Absolutely.
yes.
No use of faux
Sorry, on
materials.
the
Oh.
town square, I think there was some discussion about that comment being too vague, and there were some ideas about providing more specificity to that. I heard double the size or eat up the parking aisles. I don't know if we want to do that. I just,
Well, can we all agree that maybe we should take out the parking there? There shouldn't be parking in the center and make that space green? Is that, can we get consensus on that?
Well, we can make consensus, I think that's the parking requirement. You may need
There's
that.
no parking requirement.
Yeah.
Double,
I don't know if that might, there's a big parking lot right there, right? So all of it?
I think so.
I
I
mean,
feel
this,
like-
I mean, if we're discussing, the place is called the Northgate Town Square. The town square should be a draw. Shouldn't just be some amenity for people there. It should be like the destination.
It looks like it would add about 40%. It looks like it would add about 40% to the size of with that. right here.
Yeah, I mean, the draw is gonna come from the programming, not the size.
Have some parking right there. Take it off.
I
Well,
don't
yes.
feel like I have a consensus whether it's make
I
the
could
town
live with
square
that.
larger or there's more definition.
All right,
I
can
don't-
we agree that we should make it larger? Hello, you guys wake in.
Yeah, no, I do believe we should make it larger. I don't want to dictate that it needs to be twice as large or at the expense of the entirety of parking, you know, if we took. If there was a compromise and we took half of that parking away and it got 50% again bigger, then that's going a long ways.
So consider reducing parking adjacent.
Well, absolutely. There's places to find some parking.
Okay,
I keep thinking.
I think maybe say it the other way around, consider incorporating 50% of the parking into the town square. That's adjacent.
Is that consensus?
I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure what that.
Well, it's what she said, but I thought it was clear, but maybe not. But there's a parking lot right next to the town square,
Right.
right? And following on what Stuart was saying, rather than say that whole thing should be town square, which is actually what I believe, I'm okay if saying a portion of that should be incorporated into the town square. So-
And then, sorry, what about the streets north and south of the town square? Leave what, because at some point somebody had proposed integrating the streets south of the town square into the town square. So now it sounds like we're talking about the parking lot itself.
I think maybe we just say significantly larger or
Yeah,
something.
and let them figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Maybe
go.
parking should be the
Let-
center of the
Let's
project.
let their design team come up with
Okay.
some clever solutions.
okay, make town square significantly larger. No use of faux materials
Yes.
Dog
in the
park?
landscaping. Thank you.
Are we losing the dog park?
Oh, yeah. we're
I have
leaving
a
the dog
question.
park.
Are we eliminate dog park?
Wait, eliminate dog park or move it to residential. That was also proposed. No, just eliminate. Okay.
So eliminate.
Design, or should we say consider? Eliminating the dog park.
Right. Essentially all these will be considered at the end of the day, but you're right.
They could come back and say they don't want to get rid of the dog park, so. Yeah, doesn't mean we have to like it.
Consider elimination of the rocks in the town square.
Yeah.
Okay, utilize permeable paving. We already talked about that as to the extent possible. add additional awnings and other shade options. That was something from last time. What about the mountain relief on the side of the cinema building?
We need more options. There has to be something to break up that space a little bit.
You mean the mural or whatever that
Yeah.
was?
Yeah,
Mural's on a different elevation.
yeah, I know. It was two different things. This is coming from your July 18th. There was discussion about both the needing something to break up the back that is next to the townhomes, but there was also a comment that was made by at least one of the members about reconsider the mountain relief on the side elevation. But I'm not sure if there's a consensus on that or not.
I'll go with reconsider.
Okay, but that's only
It's just two of
So,
us.
okay,
No, I'm not sure
Oh.
what are we? what does that mean?
Reconsidering the mountain thing and maybe suggesting green screen or other methods.
Oh, I thought we would, maybe we weren't all agreed, but we would say it's stronger to replace the mountain mural with something with more natural green screen. Whether it's solid or articulated or some sort of planting. We want to go that far.
So you'd have green screen on two sides of the
Mhm.
building.
Or they need to do something, I don't know. I'm go home.
how about consider alternative design treatment on the east facing
Sounds good.
That
elevation?
sounds good.
Incorporating natural elements, or we don't.
Well, yeah, let them,
What
Okay.
she said's fine.
Okay,
I think let
I'm
them,
good.
I think they've heard us do
Yeah.
something.
I think that's. So it would be the recommendation to the planning commission to recommend approval of the project with the feedback that we just went through.
I
Or to,
have
or
a
to
few
continue
things.
them to come back to this board in response to those items. There's a lot of items there. I don't know if we can recommend approval. The planning commission isn't gonna go through all these design elements if
Yeah.
they make changes, I don't think.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. We would be working with the applicant to make sure that they're addressing these items before we take it to the planning commission.
With this volume of changes, the staff
We
feels
would
comfortable with
be,
that?
we would be asking, we would be taking these, working with the applicant and making sure that we go to the planning commission with these recommendations. I mean, they're,
Well, I will also add that
I mean, it's highly unusual for a project of this scale. I mean, I gotta say.
so the applicant is as a recommending body on a permit, the final discretion for which lies with the city council. The DRB needs to make recommendations such as you just did. And the applicant has to decide whether or not to incorporate those revisions into their plans. And they risk not obtaining approval from the city council if they don't. But ultimately, they get to decide if they want to make those revisions. And they don't have to keep coming back until you see that every revision is done. I think I think that cycle will potentially mean we don't ever get to a planning commission hearing.
Understood. I mean, my retort to that would be, but to have an expectation to not come back at all and just do it in one meeting with those recommendations, I think would be unusual. You know, I understand you don't want to have a body, there's a danger that design review boards will keep continuing people until, you know, I understand that, but you know, when you have 50 changes.
Is this a new policy? or
Yeah,
something?
I've never experienced that in this city on this board for the last 18 years. So if this is a change in what our purview is, and we should be told, hey, you guys got one shot in one meeting to make comments and then it moves on, then we should be told that.
Well, my understanding, and I defer to Ally on this, typically the DRB approves environmental design review, but in this case. Is that
No,
not
we're
the
recommend,
case?
we've always been an advisory body here.
they're recommending that,
Well, what,
So I just wanted to recognize that the applicants have been through the design review board, multiple times, and to the planning commission to allow the planning commission to weigh in on policy
Mhm.
topics per the design review board's request. And so the expectation was that now that we have that, we're coming back for a recommendation from the design review board, given that it's been seen by the design review board a number of times.
Okay.
I just had 4 quick things that I went back through all the notes that you didn't say, may just float them out there and see if anybody wants to go with them or not. One was to make sure all the trees are shade trees. That was one thing we talked about last time. So
I agree.
Shade trees.
So-
They're trees.
Of accent trees they could use for color.
And there was actually a really good letter by somebody who's an arborist or I forget what organization, but anyway, then one thing really important that came up is the separation of bike and pedestrian right of ways because of e-bikes. So do we want to recommend that separation happen, or that right now it's a multi-use, which to me, unless I'm interpreting it wrong, means anybody can use it and people are dodging e-bikes.
Is that in our purview?
I'm a little hesitant on that, given that the plans have gone through our public works, our traffic engineers, and our
Okay.
bike
Okay.
and
We don't
ped
have one
experts.
dedicated bike lane.
So that's my hesitation with that one, is
Okay,
just because
let's leave
there's.
it off. They're here listening. I just hope that there's a policy on e-bikes. because-
Can I go back
I
to
know
the
the
shade
danger.
trees? Because I
Sure,
feel
sure.
like I heard 2 different things. I
Okay.
heard one, and maybe they're not different, but one about all trees should be shade trees, but then a comment about some trees being, right, so
How
I,
would you say that, Don? Like,
Because there's accent trees that are deciduous,
okay,
or there's like palm trees for accent,
Okay.
although have to get palm trees in San Rafael.
No palm trees.
I
But
like
there's-
palm
but
trees.
Shade trees are appropriate or in
Okay.
parking lot, for instance, and absolutely should be shade trees.
so,
But not all.
okay, so that's different than what, so maximize shade
Shade.
trees in
where
appropriate
possible,
locations.
Yeah. Okay. One comment that I don't know if there was a lot of consensus is the Macy's exterior, we were told, was not changing. And to me, it seems completely out of character with the rest of the development. And I don't know if that was just left hanging or if we can recommend that it be updated as well. So that one.
My understanding is that Macy's is in complete control of their building, even though they don't own it. But
So it'll just.
that's a
be-
problem with Macy's, I believe.
It'll just be anachronistic then.
We could say explore the possibility with your tenant of a facelift of the building.
That would be lovely.
And that could be just kind of a comment to
Comment,
the
okay.
applicant, and yeah.
Okay, that's it. The other ones we got. Thanks.
Right.
So we need a motion. Oh, we haven't allowed the applicant to,
I didn't hear you. Do we have a motion?
So we would want to have the applicant ask questions for or clarifications if they have any. This would be the time to ask them.
I think we've heard loud and clear what and I'm sure we'll see the list of what the consensus items are. I don't think there's anything we've heard that we can't go to work on. We'll look at all the list and we'll do what we can do. So I don't think I have a clarification at this point. I think that the comments were clear, and some are gonna make us think about it, how do we do that? But I think we'll work with staff and we'll continue to work with staff on implementing these changes and doing what we can. So I don't think we have any questions this time, but thank you for your input, though. I'm glad we got to it.
All right, so we're looking for a motion that would
I'll move.
You can do it.
Yeah, I move that we approve the project based on the consensus items as outlined by staff tonight. Sorry, let me rephrase myself. I move that we recommend approval to the planning commission with no, I'm too tired. I recommend approval to the planning commission of the project with the consensus items being addressed, allowing the applicant to work with staff. That's it.
And it's specifically recommend approval of the environmental and design review permit.
Well, we haven't seen the permit.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
I think that's sufficient. Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't articulate that better. It's late.
Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, I need a little clarification. This was the environmental, the EIR? This was the EIR?
No, so our environmental and design review permit is basically the design review portion of the project.
Oh,
So, yeah.
okay, sorry.
So is there a second?
Member election seconds.
Okay.
All right, it has passed.
Roll call. Sorry. Member Reggie.
Nay.
No, okay. Member Alexin.
Aye.
Member Kowalski.
I'm the chair, I go last.
Oh, sorry. Member Summers.
Aye.
Member Blaney.
Aye.
Chair Kowalski.
I'm deciding. Yeah, my gut. Wait, is there a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Aye,
Okay. Motion passes.
that was not my gut. Okay, can we call this meeting adjourned? I desperately want to do this.
Yeah.
Yes?
What's that? Good job, Harry.